Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, everyone. And welcome to our first World Mental Health Day. I am so excited to have you all here. And I cannot wait for us to get started. This is going to be a great show. Listen, first of all, I got four of my amazing friends that are going to be here with me to share their stories about mental illness and their struggles and the things that they did to overcome, as well as we're all going to share our stories. But I'm so excited to now be in this space fully able to share things with you. Mental health, mental illness is something that plagues a lot of us. And sometimes we don't even know what it is. I'll share a little bit more about my story later, but it was me for years, didn't know that I was depressed. I was depressed and didn't even know it. I just kept going and going and going. And so what we want to do today is we want to share that it's okay, that you are not alone in this fight. You are not alone in your struggles as it relates to mental illness. Some of us who look very normal struggle and suffer with mental illness as well. But we also want you to know that there is a safe space for you to be able to talk about mental health. All four of these amazing speakers have platforms where they share about mental illness and the things that they are doing surrounding it. So let me introduce myself. For those of you who do not know me, I am Lakeisha Mosley. I am a serial entrepreneur. I have two adult kids, but I am also sassy to Kavion, which is grandma. So if any of you know me, you know my personality is sassy, so it just fits, okay? I am a mental health advocate, and I have curated a safe space that I'm going to talk about with you later on called Mind Your Business, where we're going to talk more, share tips and strategies about and surrounding mental illness. I am a content curator for the LM blog. I am an event producer and digital event strategist for the LM Experience. And my alter ego is Nene Leaks. I love me some Nene, okay? So in my day job, I really help brands build awareness, create communities, and monetize their genius with online event experiences, such as this one. I'm also an experienced depressive, advocating to remove mental illness stigma by creating a safe space for others to share their struggles and to receive the resources that are going to help them. I've been seen as Swagger, Higher South, Ambitious, Blogger, Warriors Houston, as well as the BBC. So your girl been around for a minute, okay? I've been out here in these streets for a little minute, though, okay? We are on Buzz It. Y'all know I've been screaming to the mountaintops about Buzz It. I absolutely love this platform. I am so glad to have John as a very great friend who is very supportive of all of the things that I do in my business. He is super, super helpful. But this platform is amazing, y'all. So if you are thinking about hosting an online event, this is the platform that you should be using, okay? It is super, super easy. Sometimes I'm like, did I do everything I was supposed to be doing? It's that easy, okay? It's super, super easy. Now, I don't start anything without prayer. Now, I know that may not be everybody's cup of tea, and I will not apologize for the fact that it is mine. So bow your heads, be quiet, play on your phone, whatever you want to do during this time. But I actually want to set intentions and usher in the Holy Spirit for this event. So those of you who want to participate, please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning thanking you so much for your grace and for your mercy, Father. We thank you so much that you have created a space for us to be able to share things about mental health. Father, we ask you for forgiveness for at any time that we have accused someone, made fun of, stigmatized someone relating to mental illness, Father. And we are so grateful for your forgiveness in that. Father, I ask that you bless every speaker who graces this stage on today. Father, give them the words of wisdom that you want them to impart to your people, Father. I ask that you bless everyone in this stream now, or whether they're watching a replay. Give them a mind of peace, Father. You said that you will give us anything that we desire, Father. And we ask you right now to help those who are struggling with mental illness. Father, we ask that you allow them to accept the help that is being offered to them today, going forward. And we ask you that you bless each and every person that is here, Father. We thank you so much for this space. We thank you so much for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your love. We thank you for everything, God. We are so grateful, so grateful. Amen. So thank you all so much for joining me in that moment of prayer. I want to tell you that it is so hard in this climate to really be just, I guess you can say, honest about the fact that you are struggling mentally. It is so hard for you to say, I'm not feeling myself. We have this mentality that things have got to be a certain way, and they really don't. They really don't. So I am so glad that they created this hotline that is just for suicide. Now, I'm going to share resources throughout the morning and the entire day of where you can get help. But this one is so important to me. Last month, we just celebrated, or we brought awareness to suicide prevention. And now they have a number that you can call or text, or you can even chat online if you are feeling some kind of way. We definitely want you to know that you are not alone in any of this, and that we really want you to take every precaution. If you are someone here that is supporting people who are mentally ill, if you see something, say something. It's okay to be there. Be the one who can help them. Now, I want to show you this really short video from NAMI, and NAMI is huge. I'm really grateful that there's a space out there for us to be able to get resources, but to also seek help. So check this out. That was an amazing video. And it shows you that you're not alone, that there are so many people that will reach out and help you. All it takes is one person, okay? So let's get into it, y'all. Listen, I'm excited to have my sis come through for us. Tiffany is amazing. I love her to pieces. She has always been supportive from the first My Mind is My Business. We have stayed in connection. She's helped me in so many ways. So I'm going to invite my friend to the stage. Hey, Tiff.
I was on mute. Hey, how are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much for being a part. Like, you are the most amazing person. First of all, I have to give you your flowers here now. Thank you for being a part. I know this may not be easy for you to share, and some of the things that we're sharing today could be triggering for us, but you all are committed to the cause for me. And for that, I'm eternally grateful for that. So, sis, thank you so much. I am going to give you the stage and let you share your story.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say that I had in my notes to say thank you to Lakeisha and give her flowers, because she has provided a consistent, high-quality platform for people to talk about issues like prioritizing your well-being and your mental health. And it's so important. It's such a needed thing. It's so necessary, especially in this day and age. And so I just wanted to say thank you to her for that, because that's not easy to do. And so many people, including myself, have benefited from it. So thank you, Lakeisha, for that. And good morning to everyone who's tuning in. I am so honored to be here. I am so honored to share space with you all today. I hope that you can walk away with something from my presentation that'll be helpful for you and impactful. So let me get started. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Can everyone see my slides? We're good? Okay. Thank you. All right. So today I'm going to talk about prioritizing your well-being. Knowing your worth will cost you. Okay. So, and when we talk about well-being, we talk about your mental health, and we talk about these things, it's really rooted in knowing your worth and your value. And I will just take the time to share a little bit about my story and give you some stats and walk away. So the goals for today is I want to set the tone. I want to set the tone. I'm going to share my story. I'm going to share some stats. I also want you to walk away with a deeper understanding and commitment to prioritizing your mental health. And then I also want us to ask ourselves some important questions that will give me and give us some indication about how, like, where we are as far as prioritizing our mental health. So I really want to set the tone for all of the valuable information that you're going to get from all the speakers today. You are going to hear some powerful stories today. You are going to hear some shocking statistics even today. And in all that you get today, my hope is that you get a deeper understanding of how important your mental health is, because it is that important. It's that important. So I will start by saying this: show up for yourself today. You already got the first step done because you're here. The distractions, they can wait. People's expectations of you can wait. This time today, for the next few hours, is for you. All right. So first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tiffany Stewart. I'm the founder and CEO of Birthright Consulting Group, where we do provide professional writing services for companies and individuals. And I always like to share what I believe my purpose is when I'm in spaces like this, but also when I'm talking about what I do, because oftentimes we confuse our roles and our titles for who we are, right? But my purpose is to help others understand how truly valuable they are. And so even today in this moment, when you're introducing yourself, you might meet people here. As you go about your week, I want you to think about your purpose when you think about who you are, because who you are is not just mom, grandmom, CEO, entrepreneur, social worker, mental health worker, whatever it is. It's not just the roles and the title that you hold. You were someone the moment you were born. You were someone as you would be informed in your mother's womb. And so I want to really make sure that you think about, as we dive in today, what your purpose is, even outside of who you are as far as social constructs go. Okay. So first of all, I wanted to start with factors that can cause periods of mental health issues. All right. And I'm going to give you, I'm going to have a list, and I'm going to read through them. A list of the 14 most common factors that can cause periods of mental health issues. And I want you to, in the chat, as I'm reading through them, read along with me, and you give me the number out of the 14 that you have experienced or can identify with. Okay. So here they are. We'll start first. Childhood abuse, trauma, or neglect. Okay. Social isolation or loneliness. Now we just came out of, what was it? A little over 2 years of COVID. So there's that. I think everyone can identify with that one. Experiencing discrimination and stigma, including racism. Okay. So if you're a person of color, that's one on your list right there. Social disadvantage, poverty or debt. Okay. Bereavement, if you lost someone close to you recently or at all. Severe or long-term stress. That can come from work, it can come from relationships. Having a long-term physical health condition. Unemployment or losing your job. Homelessness or poor housing. Okay. Being a long-term caregiver for someone. Drug and alcohol misuse, domestic violence, bullying, or other abuse as an adult. Significant trauma as an adult, such as military, being involved in a serious accident, or the victim of a violent crime. And then physical causes, for example, a head injury or a neurological condition such as epilepsy can impact your behavior and mood. Okay. So out of those 14, those are the 14 most common things that can trigger periods of mental health conditions. Out of the 14, how many can you identify with personally? And on average, the average person is going to be able to identify with at least 5 of them. So of this list of the 14 most common, most people can identify with at least 5, which means that mental health, mental conditions, mental illness is very common and it's very necessary that we talk about these things on platforms such as this. Okay. So, and all that, I always like to get personal and share a little bit about who I am and my experience with mental health. And in that, I have a question for all of you. Did you know you can have everything and still have nothing? How many people knew that? So this is a picture of me in 2019 in Paris at the Eiffel Tower. Okay. And in this picture that I posted on social media, then there's certain things that you might be able to gather from my social media. And I listed a few of them. So you might be able to say, oh, wow, this person's beautiful, right? I like to think I'm beautiful. So I would say that I was an entrepreneur in 2019. I was traveling the world. Hence, I'm in Paris at the Eiffel Tower. I was booked and busy, right? I was in a relationship on IG that was very public. And, the person was my then business partner. So it looked like, oh, wow, like couple goals, power couple, all of that stuff. I went to Howard University. I also went to Harvard University. I was making over 6 figures. And, I was a gifted person, a talented person. I had like a lot of skills and talents. And it really looked like that I was doing, like living the life, what people would think of as, oh, wow, she's really doing it. That is the image, right? This is the same picture. This is also me in 2019 in Paris at the Eiffel Tower. Okay. But what people could not see was also there, right? What you could not tell from the social media post, what you could not pick up from my caption, what I was not talking about was I did not love myself. I was stressed. I was a people pleaser. I had super low confidence. Okay. I was going through an identity crisis. I needed validation in every single area of my life. I was in an abusive relationship. Okay. The same one that looked like couple, power couple, couple goals. It was abusive. I was depressed and I had anxiety. I just lived anxious. Like everything about my life, I mean, I would literally walk around on eggshells. And the only escape that I felt like at this time that I had was going to sleep. Because you believe that, like, I literally would go to sleep just to feel like I could have a sense of peace. Same person, same picture, same place. Okay. And so when we think about mental illness, when we think about mental health, these are the things that we need to be thinking about. These are the things, not just as it relates to other people, but to ourselves. Because if you would have asked me in 2019, these things, I probably would not have been able to identify them. I was never diagnosed as depressed, but I could tell you I was depressed. Okay. I never went to a psychologist or a counselor and got diagnosed with anxiety disorder, but I was living anxiously, knots in my stomach. I couldn't jittery everything. So it's important that not only that we are able to assess ourselves and be honest with ourselves about where we are, but also seek help because I did end up going to therapy, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but this could have been different for me. I didn't have to go through it as long as I did, but because I was not aware of mental health, mental illness, signs, I was depressed and didn't even know it. I never even thought to think about, am I depressed? That was never even a question. I didn't realize that I was actually suffering from depression and anxiety until after I went to counseling years later. So I want to share a couple of facts with you. So, and most of my the mental health that came in this period of time was because I was in a domestic violence situation. I was in a domestic situation where the relationship was abusive. So domestic violence is associated with depression, anxiety, PTSD, and substance abuse in the general population. Okay. Approximately 1 in 4, 23%, and 1 in 7 men, 13.9%, have experienced severe physical violence by an intimate partner in their lifetime. So what that tells me is that domestic violence is common. And if domestic violence is common, then so is depression, anxiety, PTSD, and substance abuse as a result of being in a domestic violence situation. And then over 40 million adults in the US experience general anxiety disorder. Now, I just told you that I was most certainly depressed and anxious, and I never got diagnosed. So I wasn't a part of that 40 million. But can you imagine how many people are out there that need to be included in this number, but will never see a therapist or will never seek help because they don't know where to start? So for me personally, self-worth meant setting my boundaries, and it cost me my relationships, my previous business, but the ROI was more than I could ever imagine. So when I started this presentation, I said that knowing your self-worth is going to cost you. It will. But you should still prioritize your well-being anyway. Why? Because if you don't, it could cost you your life. And I'll repeat that again. If you don't, it could cost you your life. So when I decided that and reached out and say, hey, I need help, right? When I decided it was time that like I could not take being in this situation or in that state of mind anymore, I reached out for help. And one of the first things that my counselor had me do was set boundaries. And it's going to look different for everyone, but I'll share my experience. She said, do you have standards and boundaries? And I was like, Yeah, of course I do. And she said, okay, tell me what they are. And I couldn't articulate anything, nothing. And then she said, well, you said you have standards and boundaries. And I said, well, I do. And she said, well, what are they? And she said, well, what good are standards and boundaries having them if you don't know what they are, or if you can't tell me what they are? Because then how do other people know what they are? How do you, and you don't, if you don't know what they are? And so the first thing I did was I wrote out, with the help of an expert, my standards and boundaries and my deal breakers. And when I did, and when I began to implement them, it cost me. So there were people in my life that eventually fell off, or I had to cut off. Why? Because they violated my boundaries. There were situations that, even though my livelihood was attached to my previous business, all of it, I didn't have a job. I only had worked in this previous business, and it was fairly successful. I had to completely walk away from it. It cost me that, and start over and start my own business. Okay. And so the doing the inner work, the healing work is not easy all the time. And sometimes people may think that you're selfish for it, but it's not selfishness. Is what it is that you really do have to prioritize your well-being. And if you see yourself as valuable, and if you understand your self-worth, then you'll know, like, this is not selfish. This is necessary because I'm worth it. My life is worth it. So one of the things that I want to talk about today is this concept of self-worth. And self-worth is an internal sense of knowing you are good enough. That's it. It's knowing you deserve something, knowing that you are worthy. And the key thing in self-worth that separates it from confidence or self-esteem is that it's internal. It has nothing to do with anything that you've done or how people perceive you. It is just the sense of knowing that you are enough. And so I want to share with you 10 questions that I developed while I was in therapy that helped me that I had to ask myself, basically, and it helped me to understand where I was and how I was prioritizing my mental health and my well-being. And it's my belief that when you are prioritizing your mental health and well-being, you should know the answers to these questions. And if you don't know the answers to these questions, it's okay, but it's also time to start really thinking about what the answers to these questions, and why you may not know them. And it will also show you the areas in which you may need to do more work for yourself and your mental health. So we'll go through the questions, and if you feel so compelled, people can put their answers in. You don't have to, but what I believe is that by sharing sharing our answers, it will help other people, and helping to understand. If they don't know their own answers, it will help them. It will give them some place to start, because if we're being honest about this type of stuff, it's not always easy. It's not easy to articulate your standards, boundaries, and deal breakers. That's not necessarily an easy thing. Like, where do you start? And how do you know the difference between standards, boundaries, and deal breakers? So if you know the answers, if you have answers, feel free to put them in the chat to help other people, to inspire other people. And then also to just share, because your story is valuable, your story is powerful. And I do believe that I don't take moments like this for granted. I do believe that when we come together like this, when we have interactions like this, it's definitely by a divine assignment. It's a divine appointment. And it's up to us to, if we have information, share it. Help other people, because there's people out here, there's people on this line, there's on this call, who need help, and who came looking for help. So if you can be of assistance, then we should all tap in and chime in. So question number 1: can I clearly articulate my standards, boundaries, and deal breakers? Can I clearly articulate my standards, boundaries, and deal breakers? And so one of the reasons why this question is really important is because boundaries create trust and they build healthy relationships. So even when people don't like what your boundaries are, or what your standards are, and what your deal breakers are, they are still likely to respect you at work. They are still likely to respect you at home. They are still likely to respect you in your friendships, in your social settings. One of the examples that I shared earlier was that stress, long-term stress, was one of the most common causes for mental health concerns. And when you think about boundaries, standards, and deal breakers, these are protective measures that help you not be stressed. They help you say, here's where I draw the line. And you don't have to understand why I'm drawing the line, but you just have to understand this is where my line is. Why? Because if you cross this line, this might make me stressed. So your standards, your boundaries, and your deal breakers are a protective mechanism that will help you not experience long-term stress. For me, in my situation, they helped me. They came from not ever being in an abusive relationship again. That's why I created mine. But beyond that, they work in my daily life. So think about that. Question 2: what inspires me? This question is important because it points us to purpose. It gives us both the means and the motivation to rise above, be creative, grow closer to our goals, learn from others, and achieve an enhanced well-being. What inspires you? What gives you inspiration? What is it that makes you feel that feeling of like, wow, like I really can do this. I was made for this. It's important to know that about yourself. Why? Because when you do have things that come up that challenge your mental health and your well-being, this is a way to a thing in your toolbox, a coping mechanism, knowing what inspires you. What things am I holding on to that no longer serve me? This question that I actually wrote, it came from one of this, I wrote this in therapy, but I also wrote this question because I was on a panel that Lakeisha actually invited me to, talking about letting go of things that no longer serve me. And I thought this was such an important question to include in this presentation. Because letting go of things that you no longer need and things that or holding on to things that you no longer need and no longer serve you is toxic. It can be toxic. Question 4: what do I believe my purpose is? I talked about purpose a lot in this presentation. And rightfully so, purpose is important. Purpose is your why. Purpose is the thing that goes beyond you. Because sometimes, especially when you're talking about mental health and well-being, you may feel that your problems are surrounding you so much so that you can't go on, or people may feel like, I don't know, I don't even, like, why am I even here? But when you have purpose, purpose is bigger than you. And even if you have thoughts or feelings, you can remember purpose. Purpose also points you in the right direction of what you were made for. And it's my belief that we were all created with a purpose. Question 5: how do I practice self-love? Okay. How you love yourself sets the tone for how other people love you. How you love yourself sets the tone for how other people love you. So do you practice self-love? I remember, again, when I started counseling, the counselor asked me, do you love yourself? And I said, yeah, of course I love myself. And I realized that no, I actually didn't love myself, because I can't say that I love myself and not practice self-love. I can't say that I love myself and have and participate in behaviors that don't align with that. So how do you practice self-love? How do you practice it? And remember, these questions can change, and the list can grow. Number 6, in what ways is my perceived self-worth aligned to my behavior or not? Okay, so here's where accountability comes in. What I was telling you before. You can't say something and not, where is the evidence of it? How can I say I love myself, but I'm doing things that are opposite of loving myself? We have to be real about that. In what ways is my perceived self-worth aligned to my behavior or not? Because even if it's not right now, you can fix it. But it's what's important is living in your truth, is walking in your truth, right? If you're feeling like anxious and depressed, then that's what that is. Anxious and depressed. We don't want to say, oh no, I'm okay. But we do, right? As soon as someone asks us, how are you doing today? Oh, I'm fine, great, good. Are you? Are you great? Are you good? Or are you just saying that? Am I expressing my true needs, feelings, and desires to those I interact with? This is a big one. This is a big one, especially to people who have a lot of titles and roles. Are you being truthful about your needs, desires, and feelings? And do you even feel like you can express your true feelings? Are you in a relationship? Are you in an interaction? Are you on a job where you really can't say what you really think because you know there's consequences, even if they're unspoken? This is the reality of people's lives, and this is where the prolonged stress comes from. If I'm on a job that I can't express my true needs, feelings, and desires for 5 years, that's 5 years of potential stress and anxiety. What do I need most right now? And this is a question that everybody can answer in one word even. What do I need most right now? Is it rest? Is it a vacation? Is it peace? Is it accountability? Is it a mental health professional? Is it money? Is it more time? Is it a good friend? A hug? Sometimes people just need a hug most right now. Number 9, what is most important to me? What is most important to me? This one can change over time, but knowing what's most important to you at any given moment is important. Why? Because what's important to you matters. You matter. You're worthy. You're valuable. Of course, the things that are important to you are not too small. They're not ridiculous. And then the last question is, in what ways can I love on myself more? Even if we're practicing self-love, even if we're engaging in self-care, even if we're prioritizing our mental health, it's just good practice to think about how can I take it up a notch? We really do live in a fast-paced world where there's so many expectations and limitations and oppression, things that are put on us. Like it's so important. It's so important to actually sit back and think and take the time and say, hey, how can I love on myself more? What can I do to appreciate who I am in this moment right now. Let me just stop sharing for a second. Okay. And so I can also give Lakeisha the slides. So that way, if people want to have the questions with them and they want to go back and to refer them, we can do that. But I just wanted to say is, again, like, get ready for a powerful morning. One thing that I always notice about conferences that I go to, and I vow to myself that I would never want to be, that is, don't go to a conference, get fired up, get motivated, and do nothing with the information. Get the information, use the information. Let this moment be a defining moment in your life. You know, call the counselor, call the therapist, call the hotline, share the information. There's probably somebody here now who's thinking about a friend who needs the help. Don't forget, don't get too busy that you forget to share the information with the person. Whoever's on your mind and heart right now, share it. Share it with them. Give them the link so they can watch the replay. Give them the number to the hotline if they need it. It's important. Even when people don't look like they are going through issues of mental health or mental concerns. Even when people don't look depressed or anxious. Even when you can't see that, because it looks like people are living a life that is like, oh, why would they be depressed? Why would they be anxious about stuff? They have this happen. They have this happen. I showed you the picture for a reason. Nobody, not even some of my family knew, but not all of, even my family, they didn't know I was depressed or anxious or even in an abusive relationship. They had no idea. None, not one. You just didn't know. Some people didn't know. So you just never know who needs the help. You never know who needs your support. You don't. And if it's you, use the information. Let today be the day that you say, you know what? I'm worthy. Whatever it's going to cost me, whatever, I'm willing to lose some things in this because I know that losing myself is not an option. So you could take the first step. You could feel the fear and do it anyway. You could be scared. You could not know, but really show up for today. I'm excited about the next speakers who are presenting, and thank you again, Lakeisha, for just your diligence and always providing a high quality, necessary platform for the well-being of others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Like, that presentation was great. It made me think internally, like, am I still doing some of those things? Am I not loving on myself the way that I should? Am I not being the person I'm supposed to be because I'm still hiding behind this mask, or I feel ashamed to share that I struggle with those? So that's why I love you, because you're going to bring it out of us, and you do it so sweetly. You do it so sweetly, but it's really caused to make us think about some things. So what do you have coming up next that people can tap into?
Oh, good question. So right now I'm working on a visual book of poetry. So this book is going to be all about, like, what we talked about, like value, worth, in all of this sense. Just like really, really, truly like being immersed in how valuable you are. That is literally what I want people to know. Like, there's people out here who feel like people don't love them, that they don't matter, that their opinion doesn't matter. It's not true. You matter. You matter. I don't care who said what. I'm telling you today that you matter.
Right. That is a message for us all, because I think a lot of times, especially when and I'm not trying to differentiate people between class or whatever, but people will look at us, we have these platforms where on social media a lot. All five of us honestly have a huge platform. We have a huge network of people, and they look at us and they're like, what you saying for? Or why you depressed? And they don't understand sometimes it's the struggle to quiet the voices in our heads at the end of the day that's telling us we ain't good enough. No matter how much we did that day, we ain't good enough, and a lot of it, like you say, is internal. It's stuff we got to work on for ourselves and things that we need to do for ourselves. So I certainly appreciate you today sharing with us. Make sure y'all get connected with Tiff. How else can they get connected with you? I have your IG handle up here, but how else can they get connected?
You can also, IG is definitely the best way. That's probably the platform I'm most present on. But you could also go to Amazon or go to TiffanyMStewart.com and buy my books, either one of my books. One is called No Saving Me for Later. The other one is called Jewels from a Black Diamond. They're both like uplifting, inspirational types of books. You could read the summaries up there and see which one you like more. But yeah, definitely follow me on social media, reach out.
Yes, I'm excited. Again, thank you so much. I love you. Anything else I got, listen. Tiff is always going to be on the headline. Okay, y'all? Let me just tell y'all, she is always going to be somebody that will be in this space with me. So thanks so much, Tiff. I'm so glad that you're here. And when you can, jump over on Buzzit and drop all your information so people can get connected to you.
I'm doing it right now.
All right. Thanks, girl. That was amazing, y'all. I already knew Tiffany was going to bring it. So if y'all wasn't ready, y'all better get ready because Reg is going to do the same thing. But before we get to Reg, I want to share this new community that I have created. I am so excited that I tapped into the people over at Learning. They are so amazing, y'all. And they are getting behind me, helping me pitch this. So you all may have seen this video on IG, but I want to show it to those of you who haven't. If mental health issues are something that plague you and you're looking for a safe space to be able to share and get help for that, then I have the community for you. Hi, I'm Lakeisha Mosley, and my Learning community is all about creating a safe space to talk about mental health. We want to remove the stigma and also the bias that's associated with having a mental health issue. I am so excited to have a community where you can come and get tips, tools, and strategies to help you navigate those hard things that involve mental health. Journaling is one of the favorite things that I love to do when I feel like I'm triggered or my depression and anxiety is at an all-time high. In this learning, I'm going to talk to you about journaling, what it is, what are some benefits of it, and some of the apps that I use for journal. I look forward to you joining and subscribing to my community. So yes, y'all, I'm excited about this new community. I absolutely never thought that I would be creating a space like that or that I would even just really want to share a space like that. For a long time, I have not even talked about my mental illness. And now, after this last kind of crisis and breakdown that I had no choice but to do this. And so I am so excited to actually have a community where you are learning about mental health, and it's in micro learning. So what I mean by micro learning is it's in short 30-second bursts. And so a lot of people are like, what? 30 seconds? That's not enough. But 30 seconds is just what I talk about in one particular slide. Think about an IG story where you see they cut off after so many seconds. It's the same exact thing. So in there, I'm talking about journaling. I'm talking about strategies. It's a safe space for you to come and get information, but you to also share with me as well. You can respond to me by video. You can respond to me by audio. I am so excited for this community, y'all. And so every Wednesday, I will be dropping a new learning. A learning is actually a lesson or something I'm going to share with you. I'm going to invite guests in there and do all kinds of things in there. So I'm so excited about the Mind Your Business Mental Wellness Collective. I cannot wait for us all to get free to get free from the things that are really just plaguing us in society about mental health. It is not healthy for us to not share. It is detrimental. And like Tiffany said, it's costing people their lives. And so I definitely want you all to make sure that you jump in. The first month is free. After that, it's $9.99 a month. And there's going to be tons of information, tons of resources. A lot of them, actually, most of them will be free resources. Okay. So I definitely want you all to tap into my learning community. I am so excited. So up next, I have my friend Reg. Let me tell you, this guy is so amazing. It is unreal. I want to show you a video that he did just recently, and he has been very active in the mental health community. I'm talking about super active. So check this out.
What I didn't realize was the reason why I felt so alone is because I wanted to handle everything by myself. And that's one thing I always try to tell everyone is that you have to ask for help.
Reg, thank you so much for, number one, saying yes. Because you busy, bro. Like, you was all up in NYC yesterday with Charlamagne now. So I'm about to get on your calendar for real, okay? But I want to say thank you, number one, for saying yes, but thank you also for all of the work that you do in the community, not just for Black Men Heal, but on your own. You do a lot of stuff, so thank you.
Nah, thank you for having me. And I once you put the bat signal out there, I had to come in and show love and show support.
Yes, I definitely appreciate you so much. So, my friend, I'm gonna give you the stage because I know you about to bring it. Okay?
Yeah, I know. I know we short on time. Let me make sure I got my presentation right.
Yeah, we good. You know what? Actually, we are ahead. I don't play like that. I like to be on time.
Wait, all right. I want to make sure I could get it. Upload file.
Okay.
I gotta upload it. Cause technology, StreamYard be messing around with me sometimes, so I gotta make sure.
It's a couple of people say I hate StreamYard. I'm like, I love StreamYard.
I think we might be good. I think it's uploading. Yeah, and I had to throw this presentation together. Really, luckily I do it so much that I kind of know, but I wanted to make sure it was particular to your platform and everything that you build. Salute to you and everything that you do, because I know everything that you do isn't easy. And even we had a conversation outside one time and just making sure we were mentally well and making sure you was okay and things of that nature. So I appreciate you for having me.
Yes, right, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Nah, no problem. All right. So thank you all for joining in today. I know today is an Indigenous People Day. I know it's called Native American, but we're getting better with our terms and everything. So thank you for everybody that chose to use this holiday as a day of sharing this space with us and having this important conversation around mental health. Is one that's near and dear to my heart and the things that I speak about on a daily basis. Not even speak about, live about on a daily basis. So let me put my phone on silent so I don't get interrupted or get distracted. The babies is home too, so that might be a distraction. But we're gonna rock how we rock. So again, I'm Reginald Howard. Those are all my social platforms. If you want to connect with me, at the word, it'll be at the end as well. But yes, so let's get into it. So who is this guy? Why am I listening to him? What is Keish talking about? Why should we bother even like messing with him today? Like, what's up with him? So for me, I like to start off with the things, and one of my fellow panelists or fellow speakers spoke about it earlier, the things outside of the work that I do. I try now to ask those deeper questions, like who are you? Not what you do, what you've done, and who you can speak to, but who are you? And so I'm having a little bit of breakthrough with that as I start to unpack it. So the things that I come up with is I'm a father of 2 sons, a 9-year-old that will be 10, and then a 4-year-old. And so this lighting is bothering me, like, because it keep going on. Maybe I need to stop moving around. That's that mental health kicking in, that anxiety, because you know what's going on. But so I'm a father. I'm also a husband. I've been married for a year now. It's full blood, but we've been together for 10 years. Going on 11 actually. I think it's 11 years. Whatever. She'll 2011. Y'all count it up. Y'all do the math. So I've been married. And then I recently discovered, and again, this is trying to learn about like who you are outside of what you do, is that I like psychological thrillers. Now that may be some, how do you say, a tie-in to the mental health piece of why I like the mental health side of things, but just understanding these individuals on a holistic level and just understanding them what make them tick and why did they do the things that they do. So I like psychological thrillers, one of my favorite. So this time of year is my favorite time of year. With the Halloween and the holidays, and my favorite series is to watch the Saw series, and learning about that. So I like psychological thrillers. I'm also a student, like an actual student. Like I'm attending school, Drexel University. I'm a health service administration on that track, but I'm also a student that just likes to read and gain knowledge and information and perspective. So I love learning. I love new information. I love new perspective because it just helps me as a person when I'm learning something new and gaining new insights. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. Now, the business side of me, outside of like my day job or just my personal aspects, I'm a podcaster. I'm going to claim it here now. I haven't claimed it yet because I wanted to wait until we cross the threshold of 100,000 downloads, but it's coming soon. I know it's coming. But I have the Black Mental Health Podcast. You can Google it. You can YouTube it, the Black Mental Health Podcast. One of my favorite things to do is podcasting and having conversations because for myself, I don't share every experience. I started out, in which we'll get into. I started this journey of mental health out of my own struggles. And I wanted to just almost like create a diary or a journal for myself, which I didn't know at the time that's what I was doing. But I just wanted to share my story like we're doing today and how the fellow panelists have done as well. And so I started the Black Mental Health Podcast in 2018. Had NFL players on there. I'm trying to think who else was notable. Had a bunch of people on there that shared their stories. And I always say I haven't been a woman before. I've never been in a LGBTQIA community before. I haven't been none of these different things that causes stress within our community. So I can speak from one perspective, but there are so many dynamic perspectives that happen out there. So I started the podcast and spoke in that nature. And we're almost crossing that 100,000 download. When we cross it, I'm gonna say we're the number one. We're the number one Black mental health platform for the podcasting. But I'm waiting until we cross that threshold. But after that, I'm a speaker. I try to use different mediums. Speaking can be just going in the community, talking to the kids. It's also working for corporate corporations and having those conversations and consultations. So I wear many hats in that capacity, speaking, just trying to find different ways to reach people. And then I'm an author, as you see, that's my book on Amazon called Suffering into Success, a paradigm shift of struggle so you can achieve happiness. And that was just me understanding the totality of like we all going through some type of struggle, and it's almost like you have to embrace your struggle in a sense to achieve the happiness. And sometimes we run from our struggles. I think that's one of the times why Lakeisha created this platform and all the things that she do is because she said, you know, I was tired of like not struggling on my own. Like I feel like I can help somebody when I do this, and so I wanted to do that with my book. And I thought about like a woman being pregnant and she had to her body goes through so many different things. And again, I'm not a woman, so I wouldn't know, but her bodies go through so many different struggles to achieve a level of happiness to have that baby. But she's willing to put herself, especially if you go through multiple children or have multiple children, you're willing to put yourself through multiple pain, stretch marks, heartaches, back nights, all of those different things. And again, I'm a father and I've seen it from the outside, but that's a struggle to achieve happiness. And if you think about how a diamond is formed and how it turns into a piece of coal, or it starts off as a piece of coal and it has to get burnt, chiseled. People live in diamond mines, they die to get to that space. And they just got to continue to do it because they know that diamond on the end of that piece of rock is worth all of the different struggles that you're going to go through to get it. So I just wanted to conceptualize all that into a book and let others know that, and including my struggles and the things that I've been to, like you're going to get through what you have to go through. And it's going to be worth it. Anything that I have ever been through has ultimately helped me in my journey to help others. And I think it's been a great rodeo along the way. So, and last but not least, being a mental health activist. And I always say you have to be active to be an activist. So if you see throughout my presentations, I'm going to show excuse me, elements of me actually being in the community, actually being outside. A lot of people try to say like they active and they outside and they do certain things, but then it's like, well, we don't see you. Like, what are you doing? And not saying you got to be in a showboaty way, but just it should be visual representations of the work that you're doing. And you're not the one taking them and staging them. It's like, no, you're doing the work and somebody captures the moment and then they like, it's like, oh, you forget that. So that's a little bit about me in a nutshell on that end. But let's get into a little bit while we're here. So one of the organizations, and shout out to Keisha because she did an amazing job as the event planner. One of the organizations I work for is called Black Men Heal. Black Men Heal provides free therapy to men of color, specifically Black men. And we are in 9 states, if I'm not mistaken. Jersey, we based out of Philadelphia, so PA, Jersey, the DMV, the Carolinas, and then I think we are going to Texas or in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we're in Georgia, and we're in we're opening in Chicago and Texas soon. So yes, we're free therapy organization trying to break down the barriers and the stigma of men receiving therapy in the Black community. And my role within that is the senior program coordinator. So I know all the ins and outs and the happenings of what's going on, what managing everything that's happening within our organization. So I know we got our gun violence group therapy program where we're talking to kids about gun violence and trying to be a preventative platform to make sure we are not reactive when it comes to these situations of gun violence in our community. And it's like, oh, we need resources, we need this, we need that. Whereas you could, if we bonded together and got this preventative program, we could probably prevent a lot of these murders from happening in our communities. We also, I also facilitate King's Corner, which is a virtual support group. And a virtual support group for men that's held every Sunday. So if you know a man that needs that is not too sure about therapy, not too sure if they want to participate within the therapeutic process, they can join King's Corner for free, a safe space every Sunday. And we talk about different topics such as like depression, anxiety. And then we get into some deeper topics as well. Like we didn't know a lot of brothers were struggling with porn addiction and we even went on a tour with hugs, and we'll get into that as well, and how needed a hug is when it comes to men, and broke that thing down into a science. So King's Corner is a part of the Black Men Heal tree. And then last but not least, that picture that we see on the left, that was literally this past Saturday. Again, I just made this presentation this morning because I knew I had this coming up. We are, as an organization, a part of the Mental Wealth Alliance, spearheaded by Charlamagne the God and Dr. Alfie. And the Mental Wealth Alliance is a collective of organizations who work in different aspects of the community when it comes in regards to Black mental health. And so we are a part of that collective, and we spearhead the therapy, the free therapy for Black men. So that was this past weekend. So with King's Corner, we actually took the virtual sessions and brought them on tour, and made them physical. And so this year we've been to Baltimore, Atlanta, Chicago, and then we had to come home to Philly to serve our community. And then Charlamagne and the Mental Wealth Alliance saw what we were doing, and they wanted to bring a version of that to New York. And so we were able to do our version of King's Corner in New York as well on Saturday. And it's big. It was good. It was a great conversation. It was a great talk. And it was a great time. So it was just a collective, almost like reunion of like Black organizations that care about Black mental health. And it was an amazing feeling. So that's one of my day jobs. So you got the other job. Those are my side jobs. This is my day job with Black Men Heal. And then one of my night jobs is working for the National Alliance of Mental Illness. I know we just played the clip from some of the work that I did with NAMI, and then I saw the earlier speakers spoke about NAMI as well, and I happened to be a part of it in a way where I started off with NAMI Philadelphia, because that's where we're based out of. I was doing their in our own voice presentations, as well as their so in our own voices, there you share your story, short of what we're doing today. You share your story. you have those conversations. And then I also work with the Ending the Silence, which we go into the schools and talk to kids about mental health. And then I work with their other affiliations or affiliates as a board member on one. And then I'm attempting to get to the national level because I feel like I can make a global impact, or just using my perspective of here where I think NAMI can help with the Black community as well. All right, so the guy that we got all the businessy stuff out the way, the personal, the day job, the night job. Let's get into how I even got started with all of this stuff. So I've been diagnosed with major depressive disorder. I didn't stay in therapy long enough because I started the pandemic and all of that stuff happened, so I lost track with my therapist. I couldn't afford, or whatever the case may be. And so they were monitoring me for unspecified case of anxiety. They were trying to figure out where it was at. And then I was being monitored for PTSD, which I'll speak on later, why it was monitored, because we were still going through it. And then at one point I had like a mental health team of a psychiatrist, a therapist, and a couples counselor. And at that time I didn't realize how much like damage that I was causing to not only to myself but the people around me, but how much of that damage and different things came from the environment that I grew up in. And so I will click the next slide. So where did this all start? Where did this come from? Like, did it just start with all those diagnoses? This is a real picture of my grandmother. I'm learning that we look alike too. I don't know if that I look like a girl, she look like me, or whatever the case may be, but I'm learning we starting to look alike. And not so much so where we're even doing some of the similar work. Now she's a preacher / pastor. Before I'm one of two kids. My mom and dad had two kids together, and I have an older sister who has mental health struggles as well. When I was being born, my grandmother that's in this picture told my mother, like, "Hey, don't have any more of those demon children." And so I grew up hating this lady because I'm like, why was she saying anything like that? Even my mom telling me that, like, I was trying to understand why she was telling me it, and she was like, well, y'all have Howard blood, which I don't know what that means, but y'all have Howard blood, and y'all have a level of like mental craziness, illness that she felt like she was trying to protect me from, because she dealt with my father's father, which will be my grandfather, and he was going through some mental struggle. So we got generations and history of like undiagnosed mental health struggles and journeys. And but I grew up not understanding why this lady almost like hated me or proclaimed this over my life before I was even born. And then for her to be a preacher or / pastor, like, you were using God in vain and things of that nature. So that was where I got, imagine being born into this this level of knowledge, knowing that this is happening and things of that nature. So that was the start of all of it. Like, even this just mental health journey that I didn't even know was the start until I went back and started doing the history and the work around like mental health and just really starting to dive into the roots. And so that's her son on the next slide, which is my father, and that's me in the picture with my father. Clearly, in the picture, someone is more happy to be with the person than the other, right? And but we happened to be out one day and someone captured this picture. And I'm young at the time. I'm probably about 9, 10 at that age. And I didn't look at this picture until I looked back to it. I'm like, why is he so mad or happy? But that we never had a tight relationship enough for us to, really dive into one another. So within that, he'd been out of my life since I was 2 years old. Like, I never had a connection. Again, I was trying to learn about myself and discovery about myself. And that's when my mom told me about what my grandmother said about the Howard blood and the demon child. And then I had no relationship to my father. So when I had my first son in 2011, I had no guidance. I had no support. My mom was there, of course. Mothers are always there usually when it comes to certain things like that, but she couldn't teach me how to be a man or how to be a father. She did the best that she could with the skills that she had, but it was still always that missing element, that missing piece that when I found out that I have my son, it brought out a bunch of stress, a bunch of anger. I didn't know it at the time. All these terms that I'm learning today, I didn't have that information when I was going through this, and all of that led to a suicide attempt. It actually led to multiple suicide attempts. Again, these are all the language that I'm getting to learn now and learning about now. But the suicide attempt started with me texting my family and friends like, "Hey, take care of my son. I don't want to be here anymore." And disclaimer: if it triggers anybody, please go get support in this moment. But um, in that moment, I always tell people when it comes to suicide, it's not that you want to end your life. It's not that you just want the pain to stop, and you feel like the only way for the pain to stop is for you to just not be here anymore. And so I found myself on the bridge with that message, texting all my friends like, "Hey, I'm about to go off this bridge." And fortunately, two of my friends came and got me off the bridge. But that still didn't put no money in my pocket. That still didn't give me no job. That ain't provide no place for this kid to live. And I had a wife or now wife, but then girlfriend that I was supposed to support. And I just didn't know what to do and what to turn to. So that led to a second suicide attempt that, again, I didn't know was a suicide attempt, where I just found a bunch of pills. I didn't care what milligram, what dosage, what they were, who prescribed them, where they came from, what doctor had them. And I found a bunch of them in the medicine cabinet. And I was like, I hope I just don't wake up anymore. And so I popped a bunch of them, and then I wake up to my godmother banging on the door like, "Hey, we got that text message." She was one of those people that got that text message, and she's like, "Yo, you scaring everybody, like just come to my house with me, like just come live with me, or not even come live with me," because my mom was working and she couldn't get off. Like, again, that's just probably just so stressful as a single mom, not knowing how to support and not even having the affordability to take off to support your son, because you would be at risk at losing your job. So that's a tough decision to be in, to try to figure out like, all right, is this a serious thing? Is this like, how do you know if this real? Like, what do you do? And so I now know what I didn't know then, was that I was on suicide watch, where I was just living with my god, or staying with my godmother for a few days or a few hours. I don't remember how long it's been a time. And I was on suicide watch basically. She didn't know. Now, with the language that I have now, I know I should have probably been in someone's crisis center, someone's just getting the help. But because there's such a stigma, or there was, I think we're doing a better job of it now, but there is such a stigma with the Black community when it comes to mental health. We don't got the language, the tools, the information to support each other. And so I was very angry at my mom early on, like, why wouldn't you take off? Or I was very angry when I looked back on, like, yeah, nobody helped me. We always said no one was around, no one supported us, no one did this. But it's hard for someone to teach you how to do heart surgery who haven't learned. And that's not their job to. They can't support you. That's why I started to put more respect on therapists' names and things of that nature, because they have taken the classes, the courses, the certification, the trainings to treat someone. Because you think just talking to a friend, you think just talking to a family member, you think just talking to a peer, it can help, which in some cases it do. Like, in some cases it do, but I don't want that pressure as a friend, that if something happens to them, that was on my conscience, that I didn't get them the support that they needed. And so I started to ease up on family and friends and just individuals in general, because they may not have had the tools and the language and the knowledge to support me in the way that I needed in that moment. And so this was from earlier this year. So you got two different slides. You got me and my dad, and you see how the picture looked. And then you have that little boy growing to this grown man hugging his son, because he didn't know how to receive a hug from his dad. Look at this kid obviously wanted a hug. And that's me. He obviously wanted one, but because his dad was unable to give it to him, it leads to this grown man unable to give it to his son. And so for the first time this year, and again with the King's Corner, our theme for this year was Black Men Need Hugs. We didn't realize how the impact of what men need when it comes, how valuable a hug is to their son. And where you see in this picture of me breaking down is the fact that I didn't realize that I missed that hug from my dad, or I missed that safetiness from a male figure, or that security, like, hey son, like in that suicide attempt, hey son, everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be okay. Like whatever you need, I got you. Like yeah, no, you gonna handle this. You gonna have this. You gonna like he provide that safety net of like, you know what, you got it. You may not know what you're gonna do, but you got it. And we just learned about that, or me and my wife was talking about today, that kids need about 9 touches a day to feel secure, feel safe, to feel loved. And so we learned that on this tour how important the hug was and the touch portion of that, and relating to that. So that was the first time I'm like, yo, I hadn't realized how much I needed from my dad, but also because I didn't get it from him, I'm unable to give it. And so because of those two situations, I broke down in that moment because I didn't realize how much it was impacting me as a grown man, as I sit here today. And still to this day, I still have yet to like really fully embrace that stuff, because you can't give love you never receive. Or I don't want to say can't. I don't even like that word can't. It's hard to give love that you never received. And because you never received it, it may be difficult for you to break through relationships. And that's romantic, that's friendships, that's parental, all those different things you can't give because you never received it. And it's going to take some unlearning and relearning to reshape that thought patterns to make you be able to give it. And so that was from our tour this year, with the Black Men Need Hugs tour. And I broke down with my son, and that was the first time he seen me cry, and we had that conversation. But of course, there's always something that happens that really breaks you to the T. This was a car accident I was in in 2018. And if anybody's in the audience or that understands numerology and things of that nature, or if you're watching this replay back and you got some advice or something, send me an email, DM, or something on social media, online, or even in this chat, and talk to me about numerology. So in 2018, I was 27 years old, right? And someone ran a red light. They hit me from the driver's side to the passenger side, breaking my leg, breaking my arm, all of the whole nine that you see in the picture. And at that point, I just had started therapy through Black Men Hill, actually. But I wasn't prepared for this type of life-changing event to happen to me. And the reason why this picture was captured is because I couldn't see myself in that moment. So I told whoever was in the room with me, I forget at the time, whatever family, friend, or whatever was in the room, that show me how I look, because I can't see myself. And they took this picture, and I was like, dang, I'm messed up. Like, I'm really messed up. But the person hit from the driver's side to the passenger side, or whatever the case may be, breaking all those different things. Now, going back to the numerology point that I need help with an assistant. I was 27 years old when that happened. I'm born May 27th. My son, that you see in the picture, is born 11/27. That car accident happened on December 27th. And the police report says it happened at 12/27. And so something with the 27 number is proclaimed over my life in some capacity. And I don't know. I'm still learning and unpacking it. But because of the accident, going back to that story, I have anxiety because that person ran a red light. And so now I'm not even sure, when I got the green light, if it's safe to drive through the light. So I have a level of anxiety and trauma. Oh my God, in the Uber, I'm like one of the worst people to be driven in the Uber, because I'm like, oh my God, stuff is about to go, it's going to happen. Or yo, what's about to go down? Like, I'm not in control. Like, so I do have a level of PTSD. I remember when I first got out of the hospital, and I couldn't remember how to drive to certain places. You know, you got your little shortcuts in the city which you use, and I could not remember. So I had to take like all major roads and highways and long ways for a little bit, because I didn't know how to drive at that point, like in a way that I used to. And so all of these different things pop back up from, life circumstances happening, and you see the up and ebbs and flow. But luckily, I was able to gain some tools and resources just being in the mental health community, and having support now, and now having the language and knowing who to turn to for what. Again, I said I was in therapy when that happened. And so I was not interviewing, what's the word? I was basically having a conversation with my therapist from the hospital bed. And he was just coaching me, dude. He's like, yo, you're going to be all right. Like, everything's good, whatever the case may be. And so having those preventative programs is always good because it helps with really maintenance when it comes to your mental health, so that way you don't fall and spiral out of control. I had a friend that went through something similar where an individual died in the car with them, and he was in an accident, and we was around the same time, similar injuries or whatever the case may be, and he still hasn't recovered because I don't think he ever got the necessary treatment to receive the tools and coping strategies that he need to get the healing that he deserved. And so it's paramount to really be able to receive mental health treatment, whether that be through a therapist, group counseling, life coaches, or whatever you need that to help you with your thoughts and process your emotions is always good to have. And when it comes to my journey to recovery, and I know you probably can't really see this, I can send this out. But if you ever Google the 8 dimensions of wellness, this has been one of the things that has served me to my capacity of finding my healing journey. And the reason why it has done that is because anytime I'm feeling off, anytime I'm feeling out of whack, anytime I'm feeling like I'm not in my safe space or in a space of normalcy, I always turn to the 8 dimensions of wellness and to guide me back to that level of safety. And the 8 dimensions of wellness, I can't even remember them offhand, so I'm gonna try. Actually, I got the PowerPoint, but the 8 dimensions of wellness is physical, emotional. Hold on, let me see. Social. Y'all got it. We'll get it to you, but we'll make sure you get it. But if you Google it, 8 dimensions of wellness, it gets you back on track with what area of your life are you feeling lack in, and what area of your life can you bring some improvement in. And I think that it's a tool that anybody could use. I didn't create this. It's come up with some thoughtful researchers and leaders within the mental health community that thought this would be a great tool for individuals to use. Now, these last 3 I did come up with by myself, and these tools are. 9 Before 9 was a tool that I developed during the pandemic. I like little monikers and little thematic things to keep me energized and motivated. So 9 Before 9 is 9 things you can do to say you had like a good day. And it came out of the pandemic. And I don't know if y'all remember because it was one of those benchmark things in history, but it was a time where we was on lockdown and the days were running into each other because we didn't know what was going on, what was happening, what was about to go down. And the 9 Before 9 was like, all right, let me just do 9 things before the day is out to make sure I got something done today. And that could be reading a book, that could be just taking a shower, that could be cooking a meal, cleaning up, doing some type of business opportunity, whatever you consider those 9 things to do for you to feel good or to feel like you did something. That's what the 9 Before 9 is. And then the skeleton of a good day is the bare bone minimum of what a good day would look like for you. And so is it spending time with your kids? Is it going to the gym? Is it eating something healthy? Is it calling that friend that you've been meaning to call? Like, what would a good day look like for you? What's the bare bone minimum? Because the life pulls us in 50 million different directions, and you don't know if you had a good day if you didn't know what a good day was supposed to look like. And so the skeleton of a good day is one that's always saved me. And one that I forgot to mention in this PowerPoint. Again, I just made it this morning, so I forgot to mention it. But my power hour is one that I made up as well, where it's 20 minutes of reading, 20 minutes of journaling, 20 minutes of meditation. 20 minutes of reading helps pour into me. It helps me to gain new knowledge. Like I said, I'm a student. I try to learn something new every day. Just trying to get that 1% better. So the 20 minutes of reading helps pour into me. And then the 20 minutes of meditation helps me reflect on everything. It helps me balance. It helps me. We moving so fast sometimes that we don't have a chance to sit down and really see what is going on with us. So, and the last part is journaling, which helps me pour out. I'm a speaker, podcaster, all those different things where I'm talking to people on a daily basis in different spaces. But the journaling helps me pour into my inner thoughts and things that I may not feel comfortable sharing in a World Mental Health Day presentation, but it may help me feel good to just have my thoughts poured out, and not to a friend that's going to judge, but also into a book that I get to reflect on. And so Power Hour helps all of that. At 20 minutes, 20 minutes of reading, 20 minutes of meditation, 20 minutes of journaling, quick hour. We got 24 hours in a day. You could spare 1 hour. And then last but not least, family helps me with my recovery and going through the things that I go through. My kids don't care nothing about what I got going on. They don't care, Charlamagne. They don't care nothing how many downloads your podcast got. They don't care nothing about what you done did with Nami, none of that stuff. They know you as dad, and you said you was going to bring me a lollipop when you came back from vacation, and I want my lollipop. And that's such a humbling experience when it comes to certain things, because it allows you to look within yourself to make sure you are staying stable. You're not getting too high, you're not getting too low. They know how to bring you up when you're too low, and when you're too high, they bring you right back down. They keep you even killed. And so family, I will always say, is important, especially relationships that's close to you, that you created, as far as a spouse or children. Like, they always going to help me keep myself in a sane mindset. And I think that is it. Questions, comments, concerns, Keish, anything that anybody wanted me to add or expound on, or whatever the case may be, please let me know. Because I love having these conversations. I love having these conversations. So that's all I got, Keish.
Thank you so much. Like, this was awesome. Thank you for sharing your story. Over on Buzzit, they are like, oh my gosh, powerful. Everything. Like, this is amazing. And I'm so grateful that you decided to share this with us, to let people know that, yeah, we out here doing the things, but we messed up in ways. Like, we struggle every day to quiet the voices in our heads that says to us, like, we ain't no good. We don't know what we're doing. We are all these things. And so I am so grateful to, number one, be connected with you, but also that you share your story. So I know you told everybody how they could get connected with them, how they could get connected with you. But what do you have coming up next?
It's a great question. I'll say just the podcast. I'm really taking this podcast to the next level, the Black Mentor podcast. I think I want to expand it into a global conversation, not just there's a Black European experience, there's an African experience that I want to start having conversations about, Canadian experience, just having a global conversation. So, and if you can, please share the podcast, subscribe to the podcast, comment, leave a review. All of that always helps with the podcast. And Keish will be on soon, so look out for that episode, please.
Yes, I'm excited. I will say you definitely have helped me be more vocal in this space. You have shown me, just with my breakdown in front of you, that it was okay to be able to do that. And so I am just grateful. And I know people are like, you crazy to be grateful, but I'm grateful that I was able to do that with you, but also to be able to come out to everyone and say, I'm mentally ill. Something wrong with me. You may not see it, but there is something wrong with me. And I think in the Black community, especially as a man, it is commendable for you to do that, because we teach our boys, and I'm noticing with my grandson, I'm telling my daughter and his mom and my son, like, don't tell him don't cry. Don't tell him not to do X, Y, and Z. He needs to know that it's okay to experience pain, but he's going to be okay. It's okay for him to cry, because then he grows up and he's a man who doesn't know how to deal well with women, doesn't know how to treat his mom to some degree either. And so I'm just really grateful that you have this platform where you're teaching men, like, you don't have to wait till you 20, 30, 40 to get a hug. Do it now. Yeah, to do it now. So thank you so much. I definitely appreciate you. You know we gonna stay connected, because listen.
I'm gonna go hang out in the Buzzit community. If anybody want to have some conversations, I'll be out over there for a little bit as well.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for what you're doing too. This platform is wonderful.
Thank you.
So,
oh, wait, what happened? Oh, I'm sorry. It clicked you off, Red, so fast.
It's all right. I said, look, that was my time to go. You gave me the hook, so I gotta go. But yes,
Thanks,
we'll talk
Red.
soon. Have a good day. I'll be in the buzzer comments.
Okay, cool. All right, y'all. That was so good. Oh my gosh. Like, y'all, I think my last cricket night, because I was over here like literally crying because I love the transparency and I love the fact that he really, really just like shared a whole lot with us. And that's profound as a man, as a Black man. I think a lot of people don't realize that in certain communities, you know, mental health is not something that is talked about or it's frowned upon. And if you've ever attended My Mind is My Business, for the first 2 years, I think I did panels on religion and mental health. And so we're going to get more into that as this platform grows for me. Next year, I'm definitely diving deep into that. As a PK myself, I can tell you that mental health was not something that we talked about in my household. And once you see my presentation, you'll see, you know, how things kind of went for me. But what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break because I know y'all probably need to stretch, get you some water. And it's been a little heavy, but it's also been a little hopeful. And so I'm excited about you all being here, and I'm excited about this platform, and I'm loving buzzing, y'all. Y'all know I love buzzing, like for real, for real. So what we're going to do now, make sure you get connected with Reg and Tiff. Like, get connected with them, follow them, check out Reg's platform, his podcast, all of that. We're going to help him reach that goal he wants. So definitely share, go subscribe. I'm going to put it in my newsletter. I'm going to share it out as well because I want everybody here to win. Everybody that's in this space who supports me, I want to support you in any way possible. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. And I have a meditation. It's a 5-minute meditation by John Davison. It came through with Goodful, and I really, really love meditations that are so great for us. So stand up, stretch, get you some water, get you some coffee, get you some tea, get something. And then when we come back, we're going to talk to my girl, Fancy. And when I tell you, I am so proud of her, how she's grown her platform, the things that she's doing now, how vocal she has been. It is totally amazing. So go take a break. We're going to do 5 minutes of the meditation. We will be back about 11:45, 11:50 to kick off with Fancy. And I have a commercial for her that's coming up soon. So y'all, check this out.
Hey there, and thanks for gifting yourself these next few minutes. It's important to remember that you're a priority, and allowing yourself even just a few short minutes of intentional reflection can really have a positive impact on the rest of your day. So let's use these next few minutes to come back to center and set an intention for the rest of your day. Move into a comfortable position, whether you're seated at your desk at work or laying on the couch at home, and gently close your eyes and shift all of your attention onto your breathing, taking slower, deeper breaths than you've taken all day so far. Taking a deep breath in through your nose and slowly letting it out through your mouth. And continuing to breathe that way, feeling your lungs expand out as you inhale and contract back in as you exhale. Tune into your body, noticing how it feels. Noticing if there's anything that it's trying to tell you. Notice any place of tension or tightness in your body. And give those areas permission to relax, sending love into those areas. Thank your body for taking such good care of you, and let it know that it's okay to rest and relax for these next few minutes. You may notice that your mind starts to wander off. That's okay. That's natural. Just notice it and bring your attention back to your body, using your breath as your anchor. Try to picture one thing that's happened today that's made you smile, or made you thankful or appreciative. And just let that feeling fill you up for a moment. Breathe that feeling in from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. And allow yourself to smile if that feels natural. Now focus on something that you can do today, whether it's for yourself or for someone else, that will allow you to continue feeling this way. It could be something as small as deciding to go to bed early tonight so that you have time to finally read that book that's been on your bedside table, or the joy of getting dinner with a close friend. What's one little thing you can plan for your day to bring that intentional joy to it? Now just focus on that for a few minutes. Sit in that feeling of joy and peace. Now let's take a few more deep breaths together. A deep breath in, feeling your lungs expand out as you inhale, and everything contract back in as you exhale. Again, an even deeper breath than the one before it, holding that breath for a beat, and exhaling everything out. Last time, your deepest breath yet, sending that breath through your entire body. And exhale it out. And in your own time, slowly bring your awareness back to where you are. And thank yourself for taking these few minutes to just be intentional and kind to yourself. And when you're ready, you can gently open your eyes and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, y'all. Welcome back. I hope y'all had a nice little break. I went and got me some water and some coffee, y'all. I don't know. I'm going to be jumping later on, but that's okay. So I hope you all are enjoying this thus far. This has been amazing. We've had 2 dynamic speakers thus far. I'm so excited for everybody else too. But this has been really, really great. And I'm just super excited about all the things that we have going on and all of the resources that you all will receive. So Reg and Tiff both said that they will send their presentations. And so that's great. And I will definitely send those out to you all after the event. You'll get an after event email about it. Since Reg talked a little about suicide, I definitely want to share this slide with you all again. It is so important that even if it is not you, but you may know someone who seems suicidal, who has different tendencies, that you say something. It is so important. And when I say important, it is so important that we began to look at the signs and we began to recognize when there is a problem, when there is an issue there, and that we don't turn a blind eye to those different things that may be going on. I am so grateful that they do have this hotline now where you can call, you can text, or you can visit the website and you can actually chat with someone. They saw a need to be able to do this instead of calling 911. And it's really helpful to know that you can go directly to one place and be able to get the help that you need, because the last thing we want is for something to happen to you. And we wouldn't do well with that. We would not do well with that. And we definitely want you to know that there is help out there for you. It's so many resources. I now have a community that will be able to help you with different things. And so we want you to definitely know that there's help and you are not alone. You are not in this by yourself. There are people who want to help you, who know how to help you, and can definitely get you in touch with the right people that will be able to help you in this space. Trust me, it's not easy. It is not easy to say that there is something wrong and that you need help, but we want to start normalizing sharing those things. We want to start normalizing that it's okay to not be okay. So we have our next speaker coming up soon. However, I want to show you another video. So stay tuned, and then when we get back, we'll have our next speaker ready for you. Now, this next person coming up, this is my girl right here. Okay, when I say she has been so supportive over the years, we've known each other for quite a few years. I advertised in her magazine, amazing magazine, really, really helped me get visible. But I have been very proud of Fancy. She's come out of her shell over the years, She is speaking very, very vividly about mental health, self-care, and how to take care of yourself. And she has been very integral in sharing her story, her struggles, and what she's going through. And so when I thought about this event, she was one of the first people that popped in my mind. She did not hesitate. She said, sis, let me check my schedule, but I guarantee you I'll let you know something. So Fancy, I just want to welcome you. Thank you so much for just being a friend, being supportive, and being here to share your story.
Thank you. And thank you just for thinking of me. You know, that means so much to me to even know, hey, when you think of Black mental health, you also, or just mental health, you also thought of me as well. So I'm just glad to like be a part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm going to let you have the stage. And again, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Okay, y'all, greetings. So after following Reggie, I'm just like, you ain't got no presentation. But as Lakeisha said, I have really been coming out of my shell. So for me, it was more so about just making certain that I get the message across. So I don't have a presentation for you guys. I do apologize as far as that, but I do have my speech together because I did take the time to make certain that I wrote it out. And I do actually kind of still look at my speech, so I'm just letting you all know that as well. I'm one of those that kind of over explains, and I kind of think it might be a part of the disorder, but I'm not exactly certain. So for those who do know me, I am Fancy. I am the publisher and owner of Swagger Magazine, and today I just wanted to share my mental health journey with you all. I entitled it The State of Mental Health. And so my story begins with I'm kind of reading this as it is a story. So, and that's me. I'm a writer by nature, if y'all don't know. So just leave her alone. She crazy just like her mama. I could still hear my ex's aunt say as they sorted through his belongings that I had thrown outside on the porch. It was as if finding out he was cheating was not enough. I had to be insulted by his family as well. I had heard the line plenty of times before growing up, but at that moment it hurt because it was like my pain was nothing due to my possible mental disorder. People often brush things off with me because they secretly or publicly thought that I was crazy. It was a generational curse I had been plagued with since birth. Even people I call friends seemed to think I was crazy or odd at the least. The first person in my life to make me wonder if I was really crazy was my first spouse. I could never understand why a grown woman would treat me the way she would. I was 16 and it was my first job ever. I was ambitious and eager to impress, but it seemed like everything I did was wrong, even when impressing her was the last thing on my mind. Somehow I would get her attention and she would have something to say to belittle me. And in that moment, she would smugly, underhandedly ask me something like, "Are you crazy like your grandmama?" So personally, I knew I was different, but back then, crazy seemed like such a bad word to me. I did not want to label myself as such. And what was it that made me crazy to her? Like, what was it that she saw? I could never see me through her eyes, and I would drive myself crazy trying to do so. It was like I felt like I had to put up a wall of steel and pretend to be someone I was not to go into work every day at that job. I became this extremely angry person inside. That job lasted off and on for about 6 years. And by the time I left, I had no idea who I really was. But I began to see more clearly why people categorized my mother and grandmother as crazy. To me, when people said crazy, I thought of people wearing straitjackets, walking around babbling and such. I had never seen that in real life, but in my small town, there was Mr. Jesse Bangles. He walked everywhere around town, and at time would stop and try to talk to people, but he had a problem with his tongue, so he just made noises and slobber. And as an adult now, I understand that Mr. Bangles was probably special needs, but back then, he was what I thought crazy looked like. I had never heard the term mental health, although it had been around since 1946. Looking back now, I say I understand because I had grown so conditioned to the behaviors of the women in my family that they did not seem like anything special to me. Over the years, I would encounter more people and lifestyles, and I gradually accepted that my family was more than different. There was a mental disorder hunting us, being passed from generation to generation. My mom had me when she was 14, so her closest siblings were also still teenagers. I grew up with aunts and uncles less than 20 years old, so I say I grew up with them. And as they aged, I noticed the traits of mental disorders shine through more and more. I began to take an interest in mental health, particularly anxiety and depression, because that's what I discovered that I had been dealing with, but it took me years to actually discover that. So initially it just seemed like this might be what my problem is. So I began to take an interest in that, especially as I got closer to 30. The thing was, I remembered when I was about 18, my mother had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. We literally laughed at this, thinking the doctors must have made some kind of mistake. At the time, I thought nothing about how I had heard you crazy like your mama, or you know your mama crazy, or just all those things that I had been hearing all over the years. Like none of that stuff kind of came to mind in that moment. At the time though, it was a really hard time for my family. So we were already dealing with other stuff. So I guess it was just kind of something that became an afterthought, but it's something that haunted me for years. And then as I got older, I noticed more things about myself. The more my mother's diagnosis haunted me. And that's when I began to research, more heavily. I wanted to know what was bipolar disorder. What was this thing that everybody was quietly like whispering or speaking about, but I hadn't really, back then we had not really discussed this as much. And then I must have been maybe about 20 or something, but bipolar disorder still was not something that I was familiar with. And most times people would say it like, oh, you must be bipolar, just thinking that it's the different mood swings that we're having. And, it is mood swings, but I knew there was more to it than that. So I would spend a lot of time learning about this mood disorder and how it affected people. Then I would think about myself and my own life. I noticed the similarities and they scared me. I was a sad young person. All I did was work, took care of my kids, and dated men who did not deserve me. My moods were constantly in flux. I was constantly depressed or coming up with some grand idea to reinvent myself, but somehow I would always fall short. I found my validation in men. My grandmother told me a few years ago, she was like, it seems like all you care about is money, men, and magazines. I was older when she said it, and I found it funny at the time, but the younger me did not know I would publish a magazine one day. But she had an affliction for men and attracted all the wrong ones. Her life was always in shambles, and there was always lack present. And I lived with this guilt and a sense of filth for myself. I constantly questioned what was wrong with me because I knew that this sadness that I felt, this sadness which creeped in even when times were good, and somehow found its way to stay and linger over me like someone with garlic breath. The idea of happiness sounded like a fairy tale to me because I did not believe such a thing existed. It could not, with the way I felt at times. I often considered killing myself. And while that is something I've shared publicly before, most people don't know that that is something I had been considering since I was a child. How the thought of it seemed like the only way I could achieve real happiness and freedom and live a life without pain, because then I would not have to feel like such a failure or worry about what other people thought about me, or just not even carry that sadness that I just seemed to carry with me all the time because it was so exhausting and draining. And it was just like I was just always tired and just, I was I guess what some people would consider to be a Debbie Downer, and later, though, I would discover that failure is always an option for people with bipolar disorder because we live in our heads and we can breed an inability to meet our own expectations and goals, according to Natasha Tracy. Tracy goes on to describe it more. We have an expectation or a goal, and bipolar disorder steps in, makes us incredibly sick, and then it's impossible for us to meet the expectation or goal. Bipolar disorder makes us fail. I actually just recently learned it, but I knew that there may have been a connection. So I wanted to share that with you guys because I thought that was like so important, because there might be someone else out there like me who also has that cycle of failure. And I would fail often and a lot. And I talked myself out of executing things so that I did not fail because I did not even act. I didn't compete. I played it safe. And I did that for a lot of years. And I know Lakeisha probably knows that. So the only time I did not feel like a failure was when it came to men. Even though I would usually end up heartbroken and alone, I still thought I held some kind of power in some way. What? I absolutely do not know because my love life was like a train wreck. Just all over the rails and hidden shops and people and businesses. And just, if you picture that in a movie, that's kind of how my love life was at the time. But it was probably not the man, but the sex. I did not know that I was experiencing hypersexuality during my manic episodes. So sex was the only thing that seemed to give me power. It was something that I could control. And power was not something I had seen in the women before me. And I did not want to be like the generation of family members who came before me or the ones who came before them. While each person was a good individual in their own way, each also had their own quirk to them that kind of let me know that mentally they were not in the best place. I watched each of them struggle in some way in life, and it scared me. I did not want this to be all that I could look forward to. The idea of aging seemed terrifying and even worse, saddening. So that's more sadness on top of the sadness that I'm already carrying around. Later, I will learn how trauma can be passed from mother to child. And if that child is a daughter, then the trauma is also passed to the eggs she is carrying. This made sense to me. I did not know my great grandmother well, but that was because she seemed so mean. I hated going by her. I hated how she and my grandmother would argue and how my grandmother would cry. I cried a lot as a child for the people in my family and their hurt and their anger, which usually terrified and confused me. It was this sadness combined with the daily sadness that hovered over me that caused me to finally have a heart-to-heart with my brother. I needed someone to tell me when I started to lose my mind or was not acting like myself. My brother was 2 years younger than me, and we grew up together, but we were not really close. However, I knew that we had a shared experience that only the two of us would understand, coming from the same mother, having grown up in the same household. But somehow we bonded over that conversation. It was a silly ask in a way, but also a big one. And my brother, who I never really thought was mature before, somehow understood that it was his duty to accept this big responsibility. And I'm so glad that he did, because that conversation was just like really life changing for us, for our relationship. We've just grown so much since then. And it's probably been about 8 years since we had it, I think. Because we had it before I actually received my diagnosis. So on my own end, I knew that I did not want to be a burden to him. While I wanted him to look out for me, I would also be proactive in my mental health. Over the years, I had grown to be somewhat of a self-help nut. It was Louise Hay who first introduced me to self-help. When she said you can heal your life and then began to describe ailments and the way our thoughts can trigger them, I was amazed. I tried to tell everyone that I met about my new discovery. Most did not care about it, but it did not matter because that discovery was really for me. I continued to read whatever I could about mental health, and I realized the more I took care of my mind and my body, the better I treated them, the better they would work for me. I figured this was a way to outsmart the mental health algorithm in my family. I looked at all my flaws and weaknesses and I read. I read everything I could to make me a better person, a normal person. Then I discovered the Nation of Islam. I learned the beauty of my Blackness, but I also learned more about the struggles of our people. I began to learn about marginalized people and systemic oppression. Later, I would discover spirituality, igniting another journey of self-discovery within me. I was doing the work, but that did not mean I was not being challenged throughout. I still had the mood swings, but I began to be more aware of them. I began to realize what I was doing while in the moment, but I still could not control them. I realized that I would need to seek professional help. The ironic thing is, when I went to speak with most doctors and explain my situation, they looked at me like as a Black educated young woman with bad anxiety, often homeless, which I think, should have kind of been like a sign of some sort to them, but they saw it as a situational thing. They did not notice the pattern throughout my life, but I did. So that is why I continued to pursue the matter. I needed to know if I was really bipolar, because at this point, no one was actually saying that for me per se, but I had been trying to tell them like, hey, I think this runs in my family. My mom has this, and everybody was still just kind of like, oh, well, but you just have anxiety. And then sometimes you just be depressed. And I'm like, what else do I need to do? But it was especially my mood swings that began to grow more severe, and I became more aware of how I was hurting the people I love the most because I could not control my anger. I began going to therapy, and that alone was life-changing because for once I could get my thoughts out of my head and share them with someone who could respond back. We often talk about mental health and religion. People tell us to pray about it, but sometimes we need two-way communication. We need another human being on the receiving end to clearly understand how we feel and give us verbal feedback. That's what therapy gave me, but it still could not control my anger. It felt good to sit down and talk with someone, but I could not have them with me when I suddenly went from 0 to 100 in any given situation. My therapist had already prescribed the common medication for my anxiety, but I was still anxious all the time. I would be mad and frustrated because my anxiety made me live in a shell inside my own body. I wanted to break free, but I did not know how. I watched life pass me by, too riddled with fear to grab hold of any piece of it. And I had been feeling that way, I think, just for most of my life, just feeling like I was living, watching myself or watching everybody else live life, and I'm just there, almost like a placeholder. Or if I was in some type of knight's armor, how you can just see the little eyes looking out, but you can't really move because the armor too heavy, so you're just stuck in that suit and everything is just happening around you or something. That's kind of how I would describe it. So I talked with my therapist and I asked, what did I need to do to be placed on a stronger medication? So when I finally received my bipolar diagnosis, I felt a sense of relief because I finally knew what was wrong with me. Had we discussed mental health more back in the 90s, I would not have to live with regrets that I do today. Had we discussed mental health in the early 2000s, I would not have been such a promiscuous young woman. I'm proud of the conversations we are now having surrounding mental health, particularly Black mental health, as we know how rampant it runs within the Black community. Yes, I believe bipolar disorder is passed down throughout my family, and that used to scare me. Now I feel more confident about my future. I feel more in control of my life. I'm unashamed to say that I treat my bipolar disorder with medication because I know that a lot of people, just in conversation, even on social media, a lot of times people are like, oh, well, I'm so proud to say I can do it without meds and so on. And that's really great. I have tried it without meds before as well. I actually tried getting off my meds this summer, and I really spiraled like several times, but definitely out of control. And the thing is, as my diagnostician explained to me, yeah, you're gonna feel like you can get off your meds because they're working, but in the moment it seems like you're doing all the work, so you no longer need them. And that made a lot of sense to me. But what also made a lot of sense to me is just a conversation I had in passing with someone, and it actually ended up being on LinkedIn. But they were just explaining to me that, as long as you work in a highly stressful situation or, job or career, then it's going to be hard to, control my bipolar disorder without taking some sort of medication. And I think even though that was not from a therapist, that was possibly some of the most important information I had received, because I kept thinking that, oh, maybe I could just take the medication for a little while, then I can get off, and then I could just live my life like a normal person. And people don't realize how much it really takes to actually remember to take medication every day, or remember to eat to take the medication. I even take ADHD medication and I still forget to take the ADHD medication. So just kind of stating, it's actual work to that. It's not just like, oh, just, pop a pill and keep it moving. No, you got to remember to even pop the pill. So that's kind of just neither here nor there, but just the sidebar, because I commend all of those who might also be on medication and might be feeling some kind of way about it. Like you are not alone in that situation. So I also implemented a daily routine because I noticed that too many things that throw me off schedule causes me to get frustrated. So I strongly suggest if anyone here has bipolar disorder, ask yourself if you have a daily routine in place. If not, please get one, because it helps you control your moods. It also helps you when you are trying to figure out what your triggers are, because then you can see when your irritation or anger comes about. It also helps you to notice and that all helps you to notice your patterns, So, and I'm not a fitness nut, but I try to get at least 9 miles of walking in each week. So I try to do like 3 miles every day that I go out. I don't want to do it most days, but it's the practice of it that helps me get out and enjoy nature, and nature helps to remind me that there is something bigger than me, than the human experience. And it's just something that is so calming about it. And I've never, like, as a child growing up, I was not the kid that went outside. I was the kid that stayed in the house all the time, reading books or watching TV, but normally reading books or something, So now to be this adult that really enjoys like going out to the park, but I'm glad that I took that chance, because it seemed like it was almost calling me, but it has been so helpful. Just that time alone allows me to be able to just, you know, a lot of the times when I go walking, I'll have my phone on do not disturb so that I can just have that time to myself of peace and quiet. Because in my line of work, well, just being an entrepreneur, I think, you know, you kind of have people that are dependent on you all the time or constantly asking you questions and things like that. And it's not something that we can get. So I squeeze that in. So I feel like it's getting that's working on my physical health as well as my mental health at the same time. But bipolar disorder affects 2.3 million Americans. So yes, we should be having these conversations and more. We should also be having conversations about how mental health affects those of us who are leaders, how it affects us in the workplace, how to advocate and look for signs of mental disorders in our children, how to look for signs within our Black men, how the Black community should be embracing therapy because we're dealing with traumas from generations before us and more. Like, I think that there are all type of mental health conversations that are still that have not taken place, but that there is a need for them, you know, just because now as we're discovering more about it, we're just kind of seeing how it, you know, fits in and applies to everything. And so I think, you know, I love what Lakeisha is doing, and I just hope to see more of it. And y'all, I did not hope to be done with my speech in 12 minutes, but I'm most definitely open to questions. And yeah, so that's kind of like, those are my thoughts on mental health. That's my mental health journey as of now. And I don't know, Lakeisha, you coming back on? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you fine.
Okay.
I got questions. So
okay. Okay, great. Because I'm like, that was 5 pages, girl. How is that only 13 minutes?
We make it do what we do. Listen, you gotta understand. You know this the GOAT in the online space, so you know I got you, girl. I appreciate you definitely sharing that. But I was jotting down some questions, and look, my eyelash about to fall out because I was crying again. About just you being so brave, and I don't think people understand what it's like to share these things, and we're in this professional setting where people look to us like, you got it all, you doing this, you doing that. So considering your history, do you think the combination of everything that happened to you kind of forced you to come out, or do you feel like eventually you would have shared your diagnosis anyway?
I think I would have. I almost want to say I kind of would just have already shared it. You know, I would have shared it because I always try to be transparent, you know. Right. And my whole thing is, I wish someone had talked to me about mental health years ago. You know, I wish we'd been having these conversations years ago. And then I would have not spent like almost 30 years of my life just wondering, right, am I crazy? What's wrong with me? You know?
Right. Right. Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things for us, and especially when you come from a history, you know, of it. And I'll talk a little bit about it when I speak, but it started with my grandmother. And I mean, it could have started way back, you know, before her, but I don't think we realize how we carry the torch, especially when we have girls. We carry the torch on with us. So how has your family, those who you share with, how have they really dealt with your diagnosis?
You know, the only person I think they like really takes it seriously is my brother. Because everybody else is just kind of like, it's almost like they just dismiss it, you know. They don't understand like how to make the connection between things or see, right, like, hey, you know what I mean? Instead, it's, right, just like, oh, well, you know, she said she got bipolar disorder. Okay, whatever. And then there are even people that don't believe in mental health disorders, you know, yes, like that are close to me. And I'm like, you cannot just brush this off, you know, because I know how I feel when I don't take my medication, how, right, I think when I don't take my medication versus when I am on my medication. You know, I know the person that I can be when I'm not taking my medication, and that is, you don't want to deal with them.
Right. Exactly. And I can't even imagine you
I don't want you to. Look, I work hard for people not to, and that's the truth though, because I don't like that person. You know what I mean?
Right.
So just not liking that person that I am, that is kind of like what really helps me to stay on a routine of things.
Right. So that was another thing that I really, really love that you share. And I think it's something I probably need to implement as well, because like Reg, I have been diagnosed with major depressive disorder. So a lot of times we're depressed and we don't even know we're depressed. We just keep going and going and going until we get into a depressive crisis, which takes you out the game. Like you out, sis. Like you just out of there. But you talked about routines. Number one, how important are they, for not only you, but people who struggle with a mental illness? And for those of us like me who don't really operate in routines, like what's one piece of advice that you can share with us on how to get started with them?
Oh my gosh, having a routine is like so amazing. Like I had just noticed it, really just doing things with my kids, how I would really kind of break character when they needed me to do something that I didn't know about, like a few days in advance, or something that was going to pull me away from my desk. So routine is I think it's like essential. And I even wrote a blog about it because, again, like for me now, what I started kind of doing is, I'll Google like, how important is a routine for a person with bipolar disorder? but there are actually articles out there that tell you, because I had begun to sense like it was a connection between the two, just how irritated I would be. So I think that routines are very important. And I would also suggest, like you can't break your day down like I'm gonna do A, B, C, D, E, but you can kind of break your day into like blocks, and just know like during this time, I know I'm not going to have to get up from my desk, or I'm not going to have to do this, you know what I mean? And then during this time I could do so-and-so.
Right. Yes. I love that, because I tend to operate somewhat in routines, but what I'm noticing as someone who was a stickler on time, like I had my bathroom break scheduled in. That's how bad I was. It gives me anxiety to be that way. And so once I got my diagnoses, and then I was able to implement some things to unmask, which I'll talk about a lot too, that routine I kind of had kind of like went out the window. Like it's almost like I don't even remember it anymore, Fancy, because I had to let it go. It was literally giving me anxiety, but I am noticing some really bad habits starting to, I guess you could say, occur now with getting this diagnosis. Sometimes we give ourselves a little bit too much grace, and then we allow like bad things, like bad habits to kind of show up that shouldn't be showing up, because we're like, oh, I feel that makes me anxious. Oh, that makes me depressed. Like, it may, but we have to learn these coping, strategies and things like that, really, really help us get better and be able to, I guess you could say, like, just go through it, because we're never going to be cured. There's no cure for mental illness. And there's really not like a lot of scientific studies that say where it kind of develops. We know hereditary is one that could, be part of it. Life, Reg talked about PTSD, like all of those things. Any of us for the past 2 years, hell, I'm surprised we all ain't walking around here on some medication with what happened, during this time. And so I think it's very important when you talked about routines to be able to share. You talked about blogging. What are some things that really, really help you when you notice that you have a flare up or what we call like a crisis that comes up for us?
Really, like taking a minute and checking myself, because it's so easy to just get upset, and you're not, a lot of the times that's kind of, it's not a routine, but it's almost like a habit, Right. So you're so used to just becoming this other person, when really, I know the person I like to be, and I know that she's there and present, but I have to remind myself, like, go back to her, don't go back to this. You just need to like rethink things, because especially with, battling with depression, oftentimes my thoughts always are going to go to the worst, when things happen. And so I had to learn to stop thinking that way, just really changing my mindset. Really, and I was changing my mindset just kind of from the books that I was reading, but I didn't realize that that's what I was doing. But I realize now how helpful that really was to me, because I would really go down these rabbit holes, as I call them, So it would just be like, oh my God, this, oh my God, oh my God. And it's like, girl, you could have stopped at the first, oh my God, it's really not that bad. Just take a deep breath. So
let's not even talk about the rabbit holes, okay? Because you literally can go down the rabbit hole and get lost. Yes. You're like, oh my gosh, can somebody dig me out? One of my friends said this to me, Fancy, and it was so like profound. She said, her therapist, and my therapist actually echoed this. She said, when we get in that way, it's like we go in a bubble. And the bubble is to protect us, because all of these outside things are just on us. So we go in the bubble to be protected. When we're in that bubble, we need our friends, we need our family, we need our therapists, we need all of these people to help guide us out of the bubble, because that's all we know. When we go in the rabbit hole, we go in the bubble. Yeah. When we, shy away, when you don't see me on social media for more than 2 days, that's me in my bubble. Sometimes we need people to bring us out of that bubble so that we'll recognize, because honestly, with this disorder, most times I don't even recognize when I'm depressed. I just keep going. Mm-hmm. And so now I have this tribe of people who hold me accountable. Because again, we slip into this, woe is me, I got a disorder, so don't be trying to pressure me. I got anxiety, I got all of these things. But I have a tribe of people who hold me accountable, who say, okay, what's up, homegirl? Like, I ain't heard from you in a couple of days. My therapist made me have these conversations with my brother, with people in my tribe that know me. I talk to my brother every day. And my therapist was like, if it's 2 days that he hasn't talked to you, and you haven't said, hey, I'm busy with X, Y, and Z, he needs to reach out, because you're in that bubble or you're going that way. And I've seen it happen ever since then. Like, you just don't feel like it. You don't want to talk. You just want to be in the darkness.
Yeah.
You want to be in the darkness. I can recall taking showers in the dark because the light was too much.
I've done that before. I have done that before, because I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah.
It's just too much. Like, it's a lot. So let me ask you about relationships, whether they are like romantic, friendship, business. What's a piece of advice you give to people when you start relationships? Like, when do you introduce or share that with people?
It is funny, because somebody asked me this in an interview before too, and I was like, I kind of share it early on, because I'm one of those people that, and y'all saw me even when I first came on, I kind of overstate stuff, or kind of like, sometimes I don't mean to, but I just think like, hey, let me just go ahead on and get this out the way now, so you already know this about me, as opposed to like something occurring and then you're trying to sit and explain. Then I just much rather just go ahead on and let you be mindful of it.
Right. I love that you said that, because I think sometimes we want to hide that at first. And then when something happens and you spaz out on somebody or whatever the case may be, then they're looking at you like,
right. Like, I might not be the same person tomorrow. So let me tell you today, just to be on the safe side.
You ain't lying, because you're like, look, this is me right now, but anything can trigger us. And that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand, that anything can be triggering, and we have to be mindful of those things ourselves. Like, you coming at us don't help us. We got to sit in the moment, and it's literally a process. You're talking to somebody who's a personality, whose color code is red. So my thing is, I want to get from A to B the quickest way possible. I don't want the in-between. I don't want the minutia. I don't want the story. I don't care. But now I am having to sit myself still and say, okay, now you got to process that. You got to think about what, what's said, what someone said to you. What are those feelings that you are having? And you got to process them so that you can respond appropriately. So like now, if anybody that emails me, they'll see there's a thing that says I'll get back to you within 24 to 48 hours. It's that serious for me now, because I have to really think about what you said, and I have to process it, and then I have to look at what my capacity is as well, because that plays a lot into what we deal with as well, and the things that we struggle with, to be able to say, I can't do this, or yes. I mean, no is my new word. I don't know if people noticed it yet. Baby, that is my no. And I say it unapologetically and very disrespectful, if that's how you take it. But look at you, Fancy, and all the things that you have, mom, sister, daughter, all of those things. How important is it for you to know what your capacity is?
It's very important. And it's actually funny that you asked that, because I know Anya, Anya, who's my co-host for the podcast, like she always asks me that, because but I kind of really learned about the whole capacity thing, I guess, like I started questioning it as she and I were having conversations about things, because I realized, just even in our friendship, as deep as it is, there are times when I can get, a little irritable with people, and I can't handle whatever it is they're trying to tell me in that moment. And that began to start making me check, do I really have the capacity to deal with this in this moment? Right. And so now I try to ask myself that, and just, let other people know, hey, this may not be the time for this for me right now, because I don't want to just go off on you, because that is possibly what might happen. And like you said that about those email reminders, I've always had that there, but it is a good thing to have, because it gives you that minute to kind of step back and just be like, hey, let me respond to this like a professional, or or like a mom, or whatever the case may be in this situation.
Right. Yes. And I mean, I actually just started with it. My therapist is like a punch in the gut. He is, and I need somebody like that. I have a very strong personality. So you can't punk me easily. You can't come in here talking to me all soft about things that I need to do, especially about things that I'm hiding or I have covered up. And so for people who watch Run the World, that TV show, the therapist that all of them had, Rosie O'Donnell, that's how my therapist is. He is cutthroat, straight to the point. Like, he doesn't cut any corners with me. And he began to ask me these questions. Well, why do you do it? Why are you doing it? So why does that have to be done? Is that necessary? And it began to help me think. And so I also say to people, when you look for a therapist, you got to know what you need before you get one.
Yeah.
You got to know what you need before you get one, because your therapist really, takes a lot in. And I agree with Reg. Like, I admire people like that, because I know sometimes he like, oh Lord, here she go again. Here she come. But I am blessed to have someone who is business savvy, a Christian, but also really knows his stuff in this space. And so he began to even, talk to me about business things, because we want to separate them. We can't, because that mentally ill person shows up in that business meeting. Mm-hmm. That mentally ill person shows up at those events and things like that. And I can recall not dealing with something and literally almost chopping somebody's head off at a meeting one time. And it was out of nowhere, that it came up. And again, like you say, you try to maintain your professionalism, but you also are human.
Yeah.
You're human at the end of the day, and you have feelings and things like that happen. So look, I'm gonna get real personal now. Not too personal, but when you feel that monster, that demon coming up, and sometimes, Fancy, it occurs when we're in the middle of stuff, when we're in the middle of a project, the other day I could feel myself like falling or looping, as they say, that rabbit hole. And I was on a call. I was on a video face-to-face call with somebody. I needed to exit left, but I couldn't exit left because I needed to get this done. What do you do if that occurs for you? What are some things that you do to kind of like either calm yourself or exit it gracefully?
Oh, I don't know. That's a hard one, because you know what? Like, in some ways, I kind of almost even admire you for being able to get to that point, because I feel like there's something with me, like I have this habit of apologizing all the time. I'm trying to work on that, you know? And so oftentimes the people that I need to be upset with, I might not be as upset with, you know?
Right.
And that was like something else I had to realize too. You know what I mean? So oftentimes in those type of situations, like I probably wouldn't have even said anything. I may have still been able to sit through it, but I did actually experience like one of the worst clients ever this year. And it really, like, she triggered me in so many ways. It got to the point where I had to like start. I set a schedule for the hours that I would speak to her. And the thing was though, she would always like email me late at night. And I just had to like, and I used to be so tempted to just hop up and still try to respond and everything. I cut that out, you know. Yep. And I had to just like try to keep it as brief and as professional as possible, and then keep it moving. And then I would normally still have to sit with myself even after those small interactions with her, and just kind of breathe, you know, and just remind myself of who I am, like not just like who I am in a sense, so I'm just this and all that. But the thing about working with her, I think it reminded me, excuse me, a lot of that boss that I spoke of about in my story, you know, because she was always trying to belittle me just with every little thing. So I just really had to just, you know, I guess you say, try to practice love with the person, but that doesn't always work out. So it was really just for me, the quickest interaction as possible, you know, a quick escape.
Yeah, that's true. And that's difficult. You know, when you think about all of those things, trying to put it into perspective and still be okay, still be able to breathe. I think once I got my diagnoses, and the best way that I could explain it, which is crazy, is this cartoon that my grandson watches all the time, this movie called Turning Red. And you know what, we get philosophical when we get our diagnoses. Like everything is a learning opportunity. Everything is something to dive deep. But Kevion watches that movie at least once a day, if not more. He loves it, but you know, it's super animated, but it made me see things differently. First of all, shout out to Disney, because with Encanto and that one, they really bringing up a lot of stuff like family trauma. Me and one of my friends, Tara, was talking about that the other day. They really getting deep with some issues that they've seen, and I think they're using cartoons as a way to kind of bring that out. But in Turning Red, you know, there's this little girl in the Asian community. She is pleasing to her mom, whatever her mom wants. You know, she even, you know, kind of hides her friends to some degree because her mom doesn't approve of them. And their ancestor had kind of like prayed to the other ancestors to give her this power to become a red panda that can do all these great things or whatever, but also had a really mean side. And so once you got to a certain age or whatever, I guess your panda shows up. So in this cartoon, her panda shows up, and traditionally, when the panda shows up and there's a red moon, they do a ceremony to contain the red panda. So you put it in a pendant. One of the aunties had it in a hairpin, all of these different things. But what came out of it was this little girl wanted to embrace her panda. There was good and bad. She saw where her panda, when she got upset one time and the panda came out of school, this one girl was like, "Oh my gosh, I love you. You're so cuddly. You're so sweet." You know, it's all these different things. And so it just helped me see that there's a red panda inside of all of us. There's this beast, this monster that comes out that can be good, but that can also be bad and can be mean. But we have to learn how to control it in a healthy way. We have to learn how to control those demons that come up, that pop up for us in a good way that helps us. And in the end, she embraced her panda. She didn't worry about what her mom or her dad thought about it. Her friends embraced it. And I love that story because it really helps you see how important it is to be you. Right. To be whomever you are. I'm mentally ill. Okay. So either you're going to rock with me or you're not. You know, but there's also other great qualities about me. And being mentally ill doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't make there be something wrong with me other than I have an extra layer of something to deal with that you may not.
Right.
You
know? I just, I said I was going to write about this in my speech, but I didn't. I guess I just kind of slipped my mind as I was putting my outline together. But I do believe that, and this is almost something that we just kind of discussed on the podcast recently, because we were talking about dyslexia, and the young lady was saying, you know, how she actually is a better consultant because she has dyslexia. And it made me think about having bipolar disorder and just, you know, like, I'm not gonna say there, I don't know if I'm gonna call them benefits, but it does like help with other things, you know. Right. It means that I'm more attentive to things, you know, things along the lines of that. I'm not gonna say practice more patience, but it could be an example of that. Like whatever your disorder may be, it could enhance you in other ways, you know, or help strengthen you in other areas of your life. And a lot of times I don't think people look at it that way because they just kind of look at it like, you know, oh, it's such a bad thing. But no, there are some positive qualities to it as well at times, you know, depending on if you're managing it properly or not.
Right. That's so true. I think like even for me, I just wonder how long I would have went before I would have like literally crashed and probably done something to myself that was irreversible. And I think when we do see it as a benefit, because it has slowed me down, it has helped me see what's more important. What's more important is not what other people think about me. I could care less. What's more important is, am I well? Am I healthy? Am I whole? So that I could be a good example for my kids, for my grandkids, and my grandkids and family to come. And so I agree with you. Like it does help you slow down and really reassess like who you are. And the things that you're doing as well, and how important it is to just be you and be who you're supposed to be. So I have enjoyed this conversation, Fancy. What do you have coming up next?
Look, I heard you ask Reg this, and I was like, okay, what do you have coming up next? And I was telling myself, okay. So, well, tomorrow is my birthday, y'all. So I will be celebrating. But I mean, it's not really work related, but it's life related because I feel like that's like a whole new chapter that's starting.
Yes.
And then, I'm gonna be in Baltimore at November the 4th through the 6th, if I'm not mistaken. So I am doing we have feature packages that we are offering to those who are in Baltimore that are entrepreneurs, particularly women, because, you know, the magazine is more so focused on women, but we're doing in-person interviews there. And then I'm just trying to get through the rest of this year. Y'all, I'm graduating from school prayerfully in December. So I'm just really trying to get through to that time. And that's why I'm kind of flustered today, because I didn't even realize when we scheduled, I knew I was going to be here, but I didn't know I had a class right before I came. And I was like, remember I told you I was trying to get my classes done. So I'm just like get through this semester itself. It's really like kind of making me have to, in some ways, try to pull back from business in some ways, you know, as much as I can, until I could just get this done. Because I want to, in this chapter of my life, as far as just the whole bachelor's thing, I want to get that out the way. I'm tired of trying to explain.
Right. I definitely understand that, girl. Like, so much, like sometimes we coming at you and you be like, wait. Yeah. Did I forget to? Wait, was I supposed to? You know, all of those things. So I definitely appreciate that. I, again, appreciate you. I appreciate you just being you. I've always known you to just be you and always be so helpful and caring and just taking care of the community, the Black community, of people with giving us information, timely information. Your stuff don't never be late. I'll be like, wait a minute, I ain't even hear about that yet.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lakeisha. And I appreciate you. You know, all you're doing, especially putting on these mental health events. I know, you know, especially that it seems like you recently got your diagnosis, but
Yes.
just you were doing this even before then, you know, you were doing this before it became the popular thing to do, which, you know, a lot of people are hopping on the trend or
Right.
even like treating it like a trend. And I just think that what you're doing is really awesome. And then you also put on some really great events. You've helped me in the past with those. So look,
Yes.
hopefully in 2023, we do something together then.
Of course, you already know to call me, girl. We gonna do the thing. And I definitely appreciate that. I agree with you. Seems to be a trend now, and it's serious. It's people's lives that are on the line, and so we need to really be more cognizant, you know, of that and things like that. But thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you being here today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, y'all. This has been so great. Like, oh my gosh, Fancy was amazing. I really appreciate her sharing her story. Just telling us like how it is. And I want you all to know that it is okay. You are not alone in this fight. You are not alone in this struggle. There are people here to help you. There are people here who understand what you may be dealing with. I want to share this video with you about stigma free, because that is one of the main things that keep people from coming out or sharing their story about being mentally ill. Check this out, y'all.
You may not realize it, but these words, often used to describe someone with a mental health condition, can be very harmful. In a country where 1 in 5 people are affected by a mental health condition, it's time for all of us to step up and change the conversation. Just because someone's struggle isn't obvious on the outside doesn't mean they aren't hurting on the inside. We need to see the person, not the condition. Join with me, pledge to be stigma-free.
Now, y'all know my boy Reg talked about being involved with NAMI, and I am just now getting involved with NAMI here in Houston and in the state of Texas. But it is so important that we learn how to remove the stigma associated with mental health. It is not cool to be called any of these things or to hear other people say it. And so I definitely dropped the link for you all to take the pledge. Take the pledge that you are going to be stigma free, because it is definitely something that we need to really tap into and just take part in. So now I want to show you a promo for one of my friends, Tiara, who is definitely a front runner in this whole mental health game. She has a great course about rethinking me that helps with mindset. And mindset is one of the things that sometimes plague us when it comes to mental health. So stay tuned. Check this out.
Hey, it's your girl, Tiara Nicole Riley, and I am so excited to introduce to you my Rethinking Me boot camp. This is a personal development boot camp that covers all the ways you can intentionally create the life that you want. If you are looking for a fresh perspective and you want ownership over your life, then this 10-part course is for you. Make sure you visit www.tiaranicoleriley.com/rethinkingme to download today. But before you go, I definitely wanted to walk you through some testimonials, child. The reviews are in. I could not speak more highly of this program. Rethinking Me provided the structure and guidance to help me create a life in line with my values. Every module provided insight and applicable skills to practice. I'm sure I'll revisit the materials for the foreseeable future. My vision for the future is clear, and Rethinking Me helped me get here. I recommend this course to anyone who is ready to see a change. I like the module on conducting my time. It really made me think about, what am I spending my time on? Am I really using my time fully? Do I have time, or am I wasting time? I now have a little bit of a blueprint going into the new school year on how I can make better use of my time going forward, with so much to do. I'm excited to see what all I can accomplish with being able to manage my time more. Rethinking Me was an amazing boot camp. Every aspect of the course was well thought out and has tons of great information. The information is relevant and can be used to help anyone who may be struggling with where they are in life. I highly recommend this course. At this point in my career field, it became challenging as a mom in managing having this career field when family and clients truly rely on us and we want to give them our all. These topics definitely help with knowing how to manage my time, and that is extremely important to ensure that I make myself a priority so I can be the best version of me. There's such a wealth of knowledge. It is based in research. The duration of each session is perfect. I love the audio and visual components, strategies for implementation, and design. This course can be revisited over and over again for refreshers. The beauty of this content is it's applicable for various audiences. The homework assignments were clear, concise, and relevant. The homework wasn't too much to handle, and it actually was needed to help us with making changes. We have to do the work for the change to happen, as well as tell our clients. And before I go, I just want to remind you, go back to www.tiaranicoleriley.com/rethinkingme. And if you use promo code mental health, you will get a 20% discount between now and October 17th. So do not wait, download today.
So those were two promos from two people who are definitely some front runners in the mental health space. First was from Tiara Riley. The second one was from Dr. Tyra Gardner. Some of you may know Tyra. Tyra has been a part of My Mind is My Business all 3 years. She is a psychotherapist. She's talked specifically from the space of anger, and I absolutely love her platform. So before we get into our next speaker, I wanted to take a little time and just talk about some mental health statistics that will probably help you really understand more so why we feel like this is important and why mental health, World Mental Health Day is important. It really is a day to bring awareness. It is a day where we want to talk about what mental illness looks like, why it is so important, and how people can get the help that they need. One is by curating and having these live events that help people really see what mental illness looks like. To some of you, I may not look mentally ill. To others, I probably do. Who knows? People know me closely might say, yes, she's a little cuckoo, but I'm just saying you can't go by face value. So one of the statistics that never really changes is that 1 in 5 Americans suffer with mental illness. And I would beg to differ if it is not more than that, to be honest, y'all, because with COVID and the social isolation that a lot of us went through, it was a lot that was going on. It just really brought about a culture shock for a lot of us. And so I think at that time, that's when a lot of people really realized that there may be something going on with them. Also, what is so alarming and so hurtful for me to even hear is that 6 in 10 people get no treatment or medication for their mental health. They don't get any help for it at all. Now, before COVID, in 2019, it was an estimated 47.6 million adults had a mental illness. And of that, only 43% of them received some kind of mental health care. Y'all, we live in one of the richest countries in America, if not the richest. There is no reason why there should be people that are struggling and suffering mentally. More than 40,000 Americans died from suicide, and that is so hurtful to know. As a survivor of suicide, I could have been in that number. Reg talked to you about his suicide attempts. It is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States. And men die from it more so than women. I think it's a vanity thing for us women, but a lot of times men, they really, really struggle with that. What I'm noticing also in this work that I am now doing is that mental illness is really starting to affect adolescents and young adults more. It probably always was, but now people are talking about it. There's a lot of pressure when you're in college to get good grades, to maintain. Sometimes you're away from home, so it's a culture shock for you, trying to do things on your own. And so we're noticing the numbers are elevating for adolescents and young adults. What we've also seen during the pandemic, where there were little kids that actually killed themselves from either being bullied at school, or from just the social isolation of being by themselves. There were things that were going on. There were signs that parents didn't see. And it's not their fault. They just didn't see them. And now we want to bring awareness. This is what this is about, to bring awareness. Mind Your Business community is about bringing awareness to the signs and the things that we see so that we can get the help for the people we need and or get the help for ourselves. Anxiety disorders are really the highest reported ones. And it says here 42 million. I think it's more than that now. I think it's a lot more than that when it comes to anxiety disorders. And those are not fun for those of you who don't understand what that's like. But anxiety is like 1,000,000 voices in your head telling you all these bad things, and you're trying to just move past it and keep going. We're also noticing that women experience depression twice as much as men. A lot of times we have so many different roles that we're trying to play, and that we really sometimes don't realize that there's something wrong with us, because we just have to keep going. A lot of it is generational trauma. We saw grandmama do it. We saw mama do it. So why can't we do it? It's those things that really keep us bound and not getting the help that we need. When you look at the cost of mental health, it says it's 190 billion in lost earnings. And I think it's a lot more than that, because people already sometimes couldn't deal, but I think it's even more so bad now during and after COVID. And I'm not going to say after COVID, because I think COVID is still prevalent. Whoever say it's gone is crazy. I just had it a few weeks ago. It is still prevalent. It is still here. There are still businesses and people struggling financially to make ends meet in light of this global pandemic. It's saying that an estimated 26% of Americans ages 18 and older suffer from a diagnosable mental disorder, but a lot of them don't get it. They keep going and they keep pushing themselves because they feel like they have something to prove. They feel like they have to do certain things. It's also saying here that almost half of Americans will experience an episode of mental illness in their lives. And some of us, we just feel like, oh, I'm just tired. Oh, I'm just stressed out, and not realizing that some of those things are the signs of having a mental illness. 4.5 million children are diagnosed and live with anxiety. Can you imagine a kid who already doesn't know who they are and what's going on with them? trying to figure out a mental illness. That's a lot for someone to be able to do. It's saying that there are 322 million people worldwide that live with depression. That's a lot of people to live with a disorder that is so debilitating. It is definitely debilitating. And so I wanted to share a few of those mental health facts with you, because a lot of times we don't realize just how serious this is, this disease that it is that we have that's dealing with us. So my next guest, she gonna be mad because I'm finna hype her up, and I can't help but hype her up, because when I say she the bomb, she is the bomb. She has been a part of My Mind is My Business from day one. She killed the stage every time she sets foot on it. She is very pragmatic. I love how she delivers her message of mental health. And she's also been very prevalent to me during this last episode of having the depressive disorder and helping me. I think we feel like we're helping each other, but I don't think she realizes how much she's really helped me. I admire her. I love her. She's so brave to me for what she does. And she works in this space, y'all. So the girl, listen, my girl is all around powerhouse. So let me invite my friend, clients, whatever you got. Look, that's my sister. Let me invite her to the stage, because listen, I appreciate you being here today. And my girl at work, and she
hey, I said I was gonna make this happen, and I prayed about it, and I said, God gonna work it out, and God worked it out. We on a time crunch, but hey, we gonna make it happen, because
that's all right, sis. That's
mental
all right.
health is so important. And I just want to first thank you for having me on your platform, Lakeisha. Not only am I your client, but also we're friends, and we talk to each other, and we are supportive of each other. And, you know, I just can't say enough about what your support has meant to me during a time that I've just really struggled with my own mental health. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being an advocate for mental health. I just can't say thank you enough.
Thank you, girl. And I know you're on the time crunch, so I'm going to let you have the stage.
I am on a time crunch. Okay, now, you know, I always have tech issues, but I'm gonna try to work this thing out. Let's see.
Okay, I'm going to stay right here till you.
Okay.
Because listen, I know we about to get a treat, baby. So I'm just like.
Yes. We are about to have a practical conversation.
Oh,
so
I love
hold
that.
on just a second. I'm going to share my entire screen. And then we're going to get into it. Let's see here. Okay. Lakeisha, can you see my screen with the chalkboard?
I don't see it yet.
Okay. Let me know if you can see it. If not, we can try this again. Let's see here. Hold on. Oh, let's see here. Share screen. Okay, we got, hold on, give them some quick tips real quick, because I got to go to my system preferences and unlock this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, look, I'm glad y'all tuned in. Y'all better get y'all notebooks out, because my girl finna drop it, okay? She is about to give you some great tips. And I will never forget, Destiny, the first time I heard you speak and you told us to have the audacity of Donald Trump. Baby, I say that's my girl for life right there. Now,
I meant it. And he's still cutting up.
He's still listen, we in no way are endorsing the shenanigans of him. We are saying that when you think less of yourself, think about him.
Exactly.
Think about how much audacity he has.
Okay, so let's see here. We might just have to go on, because I unlocked this. Can you see my screen yet or no?
I don't see nothing popping up.
Okay, I hit the unlock button. I did everything it told me to do. But we're just gonna have a practical conversation. So I had a beautiful presentation for you guys.
But
Is
obviously,
that Mac doing that?
Yes, Mac is cutting up. Mac is cutting up. It is. But I'm in Google Chrome, so I don't know what's going on.
That's
But
crazy. You want to send it to me real fast, and then
I can send
yeah,
it.
and then I can pop it up because I know it acts a fool sometimes. Forgive us, y'all. See, we love y'all. We love y'all.
Yeah,
Tech issues happen.
It happens to the best of us.
Yes, tech issues happen. They listen. I done had streams go down at like in the middle of people talking. I done had folks have to be like, look, the only good place I got Wi-Fi is in my bathroom. So I need to present my bathroom. Listen.
Okay, I'm about to share with you, Lakeisha. If this don't work, it's okay. We're gonna go on with the show. You know, the devil is always busy, and he always trying to stop something. He always, my mama always tell me, he always gonna do his job. Like he's always gonna do his job. Always
Want to do something, but that's
employee of the year. Always. Employee of the year.
Right. We ain't gonna let him stop nothing because we gonna get this together. Listen, sir, we tired of you for real. I'm gonna just go. Let me open up.
Okay.
My email. You emailed it to me, right?
I just sent it to you actually in our link here, our discussion right now.
Okay.
But I can do it both ways.
That's even better.
Okay.
No, that's even better. Okay, so look, give me a second. Yeah, we make it work. Okay, listen. We make it work.
Oh, okay then. There it is.
You just tell me when to advance. That's all.
Okay, so you can. I'll type over here to you when to start it. So you can go ahead and press start now.
Okay.
So my presentation is about the ABCs of mental health. This is a practical conversation for a pivotal time. And I wanted to have this conversation because I think we just need to have a conversation, like if I'm sitting in your living room or talking to you, a basic conversation about mental health. So we're going to do some of the ABCs of mental health. So first we're going to start, of course, with A. And I say A is for acceptance, acknowledgement, and advocacy. So one, if you have been diagnosed, if you feel like something is off, acknowledging like, hey, something's not quite right. I'm not feeling like myself. And I'm not talking to you just as a mental health professional. I'm speaking to you as someone who struggles with another A, anxiety. So acknowledging something is not right. And when you do, if you do feel like something is not right, once you get that diagnosis, being able to accept it, because a diagnosis is not the very end. Being able to advocate for yourself, that has been one of the biggest things that I've been able to do for myself in this past year with my ongoing struggles with anxiety. I say this all the time. Had I not known the language, how to advocate for myself, I would have been in a world of trouble, because when people seen me, they thought that I was okay. I knew I was not okay. And quite frankly, if we have to be honest, when providers see people of color, they do not see our mental illness. They think that we can literally handle anything until it breaks us or kills us. So that's also a stigma that we deal with. So you have to know how to advocate for yourself. If you are somebody that knows someone struggling with mental illness or mental health issues, advocating for them, like there has to be an advocate, because so many times when we're talking about people of color, they do not see us. And because they do not see us, they do not hear us. And if you cannot hear us, you cannot treat us. Okay. So it is so important to be an advocate. So those are the A's. Advocacy, acknowledgement, and acceptance. Okay. So next we have our B. What's B for? B is for, press and play here. B is for believing that something can be different. And that's the truth. What you're experiencing does not have to be permanent. Nothing is permanent. You can believe that there's going to be something different because it is. And that's a big part of, mental health, understanding that, hey, there's maybe something wrong, but at least I know it can be different. It can be different because nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent. Your situation is not a permanent situation. It will not always be like that. Again, I'm not talking to you as somebody who is just a mental health professional standing on the outside talking to you. I'm talking to you as someone who has to tell myself, this is not permanent. It's going to get better. It can be different. I just had this conversation with my doctor on Friday, bawling in tears, like, I know something's wrong. It's not right. And he said, it's okay. And it's okay. It really is. It's so cliche to say it, but it's okay not to be okay. But you have to believe that your situation will be different because it can be different. Okay. So our next is C. So let's see what C brings us. C is for continuing education in the field of your diagnosis or mental health. So with C, it's always being an open learner, always being a listener, always being receptive to the information. And when I say always, I want to put a caveat on that, another C. Don't believe everything you hear and everything you see. Learn about your diagnosis from a mental health expert. Continue education from credible sources, because we get inundated with so many different voices, messages, the news, that sometimes we think that it could be something so minor and we'll make it so big, right? Get the information from an expert. Get you a good mental health team that can tell you, hey, this is what you can look forward to. This is what's not true. We get inundated with fake news, and we're getting a lot of information and inundated with sources that are not valid sources. So you want to always continue the education, but you want to be able to get that from a credible source, right? So that's very important, getting your information from a credible source, but always being an active learner in your diagnosis, always being an active learner. So our next letter is D. D is for developing coping strategies that work. What works for one person might not work for another person, right? So what the strategies that I use, they might not work for you. I'm getting more apt to using grounding techniques. A lot of times, and I have anxiety with panic, a lot of times I don't feel like myself, even more so within the last month. So what I do is I try to find 5 things that I can physically see in the room. This is a grounding technique. 5 things I can physically see in the room. 4 things I can physically touch. Can I touch these 4 things? 3 things I can hear. I can hear myself talking. I can hear my TV. I can hear the birds outside. 2 things I can smell. So what is it that I'm smelling right now? In my home, I can smell a candle. I can smell multiple candles in my home. 1 thing I can taste. What is it that I can taste right now? I can taste my mouth is dry because I need some water. So find grounding techniques, find strategies that work for you, that can calm you down, or whatever it is to assist you in your diagnosis. That's very important. Finding coping strategies that are important for you. That's very important as you continue to work through whatever mental health issues that you're having. So next is E. E is for expert. You are the expert in your diagnosis. You know what you're feeling. You know what you're experiencing. You are the expert. Now your call is to find other experts that can help you. YouTube is good and Google is good, but you need some experts. There are a lot of people talking about mental health because it's trending, right? It's a buzz phrase and it's the thing. But a lot of times we're getting back to what I was saying earlier, we're getting information that's not always valid, and we're getting people saying things that are just not true, and they have not gone to school to label themselves as certain things that they are. It's a difference between somebody advocating and someone calling themselves a professional, right? But I'm hearing a lot of terms that are being used that are not accurate. I'm seeing a lot of things that are just not accurate from people who may be well intended, but their information is just not correct. And when you're seeking professional help, you want to make sure the person has the expertise. You want to make sure that they have the knowledge to move forward. Again, you are an expert in your condition. So be able to advocate for yourself and express, hey, this is what I'm feeling. And don't let nobody tell you nothing different, right? You're your own expert. You're the expert, and you find another expert, okay? So F, what is F for? F is for family, friends, and feelings, right? So that's your support group. It's so important to have friends and family that can support you, and you being able to share with them. I have great friends, I have great family, and I'm also able to label my feelings. And I think that's very important when we're talking about mental health, because a lot of times we are using terms like, I'm in my feelings. It's so important to be able to label and say, I feel disgruntled. I feel angry. I don't feel anything. Maybe you don't. But being able to label that and have the language so somebody that can help you. And I'll say this, I do have friends and family, but some of the information and some of the way that I'm feeling, I only share it with my therapist, or I only share it with my doctor, because sometimes the information is too heavy. And that's the truth. It's some things I only share with God. Like, you have to let them in on the important stuff, but there are certain things that you need to let the medical professionals, the mental health professionals know. But it's so important. I thank God for my community, because I do have a good community of friends, a good community of family. So I think that that's very important. So making sure you have the friends, the family, and being able to label your feelings. That's so, so important, and being able to communicate what you're feeling. Okay. So we got next is G. G, I'm a believer, and I'll share that with anybody. God can still use you. And I got that from, I'm a Victory Walker. I go to a Smoky Northfields Church, Victory Cathedral. I go to the online campus. But, as I've gone through my journey with anxiety over the past year, I have felt like I was useless. I have felt like nobody would want to listen to me. And I know that that's not, and I'm getting emotional because I know that's not true. And one thing that Smoky Norfolk said is God can still use you in this season. So I let things like this be a place where God can use me. It is my prayer that somebody hears me, somebody hears me and they know that they can make it, and that God is still using me in this season to be able to minister to other people about mental health. And that there's a alignment of mental health and in the Bible. Church is so, can be so divided, but people in the Bible struggle with mental health. Everybody loves to talk about Job, but in the Bible, when Job was talking to his friends, I can't remember which one it was, he said, I wish the day I wasn't even born. He suffered with anxiety and stress. He had lost everything. That is not a conversation that people always like to have. And that's another thing in this journey is that I've learned. You have to get in the word and know the word for yourself. I can't say I'm perfect at it, but I know one thing my anxiety caused me to do is to read. And so, when I wonder why I'm going through things like this, I know that this is one of the reasons to dig deeper and get closer with God. So God can still use you in the season that you're in, even if it's not the best season. So, yeah. All right. what we got next. And thank you, Lakeisha, for doing this for me. I appreciate you. H is for help. Obviously, you know, don't be afraid to get the help that you need. It's important. You don't have to suffer in silence. Look at me. I look like probably like I got everything going for myself, and I am doing well, but you know, I struggle with anxiety. So making sure that you get the help that you need is essential. You know, that's kind of practical, getting the help that you need, and it's important. All right. I think that's right. Sometimes, you know, you get your alphabets mixed up. I is for implementation. Nothing matters. Nothing matters if you do not implement it. If you do not implement what the doctor is telling you, if you do not implement what your therapist is telling you, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if you don't implement it. I don't want to say it's a waste, but you're not going to see any progress. You know, you've done all these things to try to get help, but now you don't want to implement it. Taking medication, you know, whatever it is, grounding exercises, whatever it is, it won't work unless you work it, right? It won't work unless you do the work. So, using those skill sets, using the things that you're being taught, you have to implement it. And that's so important to have that implementation. All right. Next up is Jay. Job. Woo. Now we could just sit right here all day. We could sit right here and talk about this right here. Because these jobs be jobbing. That is for certain. They will stress you the bleep out. Find one that works for you, but also works with you. I am in the middle right now. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also not ashamed to say I work full time. I'm finding a job that works for me. Right now, I'm giving this presentation on a break from my current job. And it's just not really, my current situation is not conducive to my mental health and my mental well-being. And right now, you know, I heard Lakeisha ask everybody, what you got coming up next? What you got going on? Me. That's what I got going on this year and next year. Me. I ain't got nothing going on but taking care of myself. And taking care of myself is starting with a job that is more flexible. Of course, salary is great, but benefits are great. But for me, I need the flexibility. I need to be able to have, you know, the autonomy to do my work without being micromanaged. So don't just find a job. Find one that works with you, and find one that works for you, because that's important. You'll be surprised how much better you'll get when you don't have somebody micromanaging you, or you can take off when you need to take off. All right, we're at K. K is for keep going. It will get better. My doctor asked me Friday, why are you continuing? I can't remember the exact question. I said, I know if I keep going, it's going to get better. That was my answer, because I know that my latter days are going to be better than my former days. That's what the Bible said, and I believe that. So I just keep going, even though some days I don't even know, you know, it's just like, oh, Lord, what is going on in my mind? But I keep going. And that's my encouragement to you too, that the latter will be better than the former. It will be better than the current. We just have to keep pressing to the mark of the high calling. So that's what K is for. L is for language. What you say matters. I personally don't like the term mental illness. That is just me. I think that, you know, for me, that just doesn't work for me. I like to say anxiety. I like to put a label on what's going on with me. But language matters so much, because I hear so many people using words like, oh, you struggling with trauma. There is a significant difference between somebody having a traumatic experience and a bad experience. Those are two different things. So we like to put the word trauma, we like to throw that on everything. That is not the truth. You can have a bad experience and it not be trauma. We're throwing out diagnostic terms like, oh, she's OCD. There's a difference between being a person that's OCD and a person that has OCD personality disorder. We're throwing out terms like, oh, she's bipolar. Well, there's a difference between somebody having bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Like, those are actual diagnoses that we need to be very careful. And we're very loose with it. Like, we're very, very loose with it in this society. And language matters. The things that we say, how we talk to people, how we label people, how we label ourselves, those things matter. So be very careful about the language that you're using to describe mental health and how you're even describing it as it relates to yourself. Woo, we could leave this one right here too. Medication. You know, I have my reservations about medication. For me, it has been necessary because I know my brain needed to reset and it wasn't really going to do it by itself. For me, I don't think medication is a long-term thing. And if it is, I'll adjust. But don't be afraid to get medication if it's necessary, because it doesn't mean that it's permanent, right? It doesn't mean that you're going to take it forever. But if the doctor prescribes medication, be open to taking it. And me, I talk to my doctor. I'm pretty thin, so it doesn't, if I get a really high dosage, it'll drain me. I'm starting a new medication. I like to start my medications on the weekend because I'll have time to kind of adjust before I go to work. So don't be afraid to take medication, and just know if you have to, it's not always permanent. There are a lot of natural things you can do, but sometimes when you have a chemical imbalance, and I definitely feel like I've had one, then you might need medication. So don't be afraid to take it, but also be in conversation with, what does this mean? What are the side effects? That's important. Oh, y'all thought I was going through the whole alphabet? No, I'm not. I'm not going to bore you, which I hope I haven't been boring, but I'm going to give you some bonuses here, right? So this is a P. I know I skipped, but I was stopping at M. But I want to give you a bonus here with the P. Panic attack versus anxiety attack. What is the difference? Because I want you guys to come out of this a little bit more knowledgeable. Panic is more immediate. It is more sudden. It is, you generally have somatic symptoms: sweaty palms, the room is spinning, your heart is pounding. Anxiety is more prolonged. So if I'm going through a state of anxiety, that might mean I'm really anxious. I might be really, really anxious, but it's the symptoms are more prolonged, which panic is totally different. So me, I have anxiety, generalized anxiety with panic. And what that means is I have anxiety, and sometimes I will start to panic for no reason, right? Like, everything will be perfectly fine, and I'll get clammy. I will become a little disoriented. So when we talk about it, remember I said language is important. And you don't necessarily have to have generalized anxiety disorder with panic. That's just what I have. But a panic attack, when somebody says, oh, she's having an anxiety attack, that's probably not what's happening if they're physically getting sick and their heart is pounding. A panic attack will make you feel like you're having a heart attack. A panic attack will make you feel like you're dying. Quite frankly, that has been my experience. And when you go to the hospital, this is how mental health works. They will run every test on you. They will do a brain scan, CAT scan, this scan, that scan, and nothing will come up. And they will say, well, nothing's wrong with you. There is something wrong with you. You can't see it. And all those scans, they won't pick it up because you probably have experienced panic, and panic will make you feel as if you're dying. It will make you physically feel ill, and it will take a lot of energy out of you. So I want you to kind of know the difference between panic attack and anxiety attack, because I hear that one used a lot wrong. So yeah, I think I got one more bonus. Lakeisha, if you could press play. T, talk to somebody. Talk to somebody. Don't be afraid to talk to someone. for me, that's what I do best. My friends always talk about me talking too much. But I know when I was at the worst, which was earlier this year, I didn't want to do a lot of talking. And my mom was probably listening. But one day she had said something to me. I was mad. I was like, she don't understand. I was so mad. And I was just frustrated. And I said, I'm not gonna even talk to her no more. And so I sat there and I didn't say nothing. And I remembered, this is so specific with anxiety. If you don't talk to somebody, the devil will start talking to you, and he will lie to you, and he will tell you things that are not true. So talk to somebody, because the more you stay inside of your head, the more pervasive those thoughts that come that are not true. The things you're thinking 9 times out of 10, they don't even happen. But I understand how anxiety works, and I understand how other disorders work. So talk to somebody. If you don't remember nothing else, talk to somebody, because if you don't talk to somebody, the devil will start talking to you. So those are the ABCs, kind of short and condensed version, but I hope you enjoyed it. And Lakeisha, thank you.
I already knew you was gonna bring it, sis. I mean, come on now. Like, this is good stuff. I absolutely love all of them tips. And it's like, you made me really think about like how we do label stuff. And so in normalizing things, I do use the word like mental health a lot, mental illness a lot, because I want to bring normalization to it.
Right.
But I do understand there is a negative connotation to it. And so I definitely want to make sure that I'm not triggering or traumatizing anyone in it. But I love how you said about the language. Like, what does that do? Because I know how it makes me feel when I say the word, but I want to bring normalization to that whole thing. You know?
Yeah.
So that kind of makes sense to be careful about what we say and how we say different things.
Yes, and I have to go. I remember I told you I'm trying to draw. But you can find me on Black Girl with Anxiety. And Lakeisha, if you want to keep this conversation going, I'll be more than happy to join you in your community. Next time we will not have this issue, but I hope that everyone took something that they can learn and make it practical. That this is all I was trying to do, is have a practical conversation, because sometimes we just need to start at the ground level, and it's hard to implement anything if we don't even know the basic things to do and to say. And you know, I feel like God is calling me on this journey to share with you guys and to share my own personal story. You just got bits and pieces of it, but I hope that this helps somebody, and I hope that, you know, God just used me as a vessel to share what I do know and what I have learned.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. I know you got to go, but thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. Now, I told y'all she was going to bring it. I already knew my girl was going to bring it the way she needed to bring it. I am so excited, y'all. Like, this has been so great. This has been so good. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. So I'm next, but I want to show you a short video because Destiny said something that was so important. And it was, it's okay to not be okay. So check this out, y'all.
It's okay to think you're in a toxic relationship with the world right now.
It's okay to feel like your world is changing.
It's okay if it's hard to find the words to express how you feel.
It's okay to feel like you just want to become someone else.
It's okay if you're panicking over an inability to control your life right now.
It's okay to have trouble maintaining your normal routine while staying home.
It's okay if you're feeling more cynical than usual.
It's okay if you want to curse more than you usually do.
It's okay to wear your favorite tank top several days in a row.
It's okay to miss your job.
It's okay to just stay quiet.
It's okay to be depressed.
It's okay to talk to your cats like they understand what you're saying.
It's okay not to feel the most fabulous right now.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Y'all, that is a powerful video. And I share these videos because I want you all to understand that it is not just you. There are famous people that are going through the same things that we are. We've heard about grown people, famous, just struggling in the worst ways as it pertains to mental health. And so we want you to know that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to not have it all together. It is okay for you to say that I'm not okay. It is totally okay for you to say that. And so I have the number for NAMI scrolling at the bottom. They are a huge, great resource all over this country. They have chapters in every state, and some states have more than one in different cities. I know there's one here. I know there's one in San Antonio that I know of, and I think it's one in Austin. But I also want y'all to know that it is okay for you to not feel your best. It is okay for you to not know that there's something wrong. Like, we have to really normalize this whole thing. Okay, we really have to make sure that we do that. So I'm going to get into my story and the reason why I am doing the things that I am doing now. So I'm going to share my screen, and I have a presentation that's not long, and it's not, most of it is going to be me talking. A lot of this is going to be new for me because I have not shared a lot of this in this space. It's going to be, could be triggering to some, but my prayer is that it helps someone, that it helps people, and that going forward, you will now understand why I am taking some of the paths that I am taking and some of the things that you'll see coming from me. So who am I? For those of you who don't know me, again, I am Lakeisha Mosley. I am all of these things listed here. As y'all know, y'all see Nene, that's me all day, every day. I am a sassy something. That is why my grandson calls me sassy. I have been diagnosed for about 2 months now as having persistent depressive disorder, which is where you are depressed and sometimes you don't even know. I am a high functioning depressant. I don't even know when I'm depressed most times until I go into what's called a depressive disorder or a crisis. And so now I am using my platform to advocate for those around mental illness, around mental health. I want to remove the stigma. I want to create a safe space for others to not only share their struggles, but to receive resources to help them out in this area. So I am totally changing the game with a lot of things now, y'all, that you'll see coming out. I am using my online event experience to really bring light, voice to mental health. So when did my mental illness begin? I don't even know, y'all. But what you see are 3 pictures of people who are very important to me. They are, the top one is my grandmother, my mom is off to the side, and my dad is below. So I can't tell you when it began. I noticed it around the deaths of my parents. I will tell you, or I can tell you that I found out later on that my grandmother had a mental illness. She actually had a nervous breakdown. I think she had several nervous breakdowns. My grandmother had 8 children. 8. 1 died. She raised them all by herself. My grandfather was abusive to her. And after she got pregnant with my mom, he left her. And when he left her, she was left with all these kids and pregnant with one by herself. I don't know when her breakdown actually occurred, but I do know that she had a nervous breakdown. My aunt has struggled with depression a long time. So after going to therapy and like really like digging deep into some stuff, I came to realize that mental illness was just a part of my family. It's something that has been in my bloodline for a long, long time. And so now it's on me, and I have to do things to combat it, but to also make sure that I can see the signs of my children and then my grandson. So I will tell you, my childhood was traumatic, but I didn't even realize it. My mom was the best mom she could be. She was verbally abusive. She was an alcoholic, and she drank a lot. When asked, why she would drink so much, she would tell you she didn't know. I can recall not having a lot. I can recall not having support in a lot of things. I was super smart. I didn't have a choice. My mom was really on us about grades. My brother was sort of the rebel. He kind of did his own thing, but my mom was really not a happy person for most part. She was loving, and I felt she did the best that she could do. However, parts of my childhood really weren't that great. And it really wasn't until I think after my mom passed away that my brother and I were talking, and we kind of were like, man, we were like really poor. Like we didn't even know how poor we were. But that just shows you how a lot of times in the Black communities, women just keep going. We just keep going. We don't stop. My mom never really just showed us any signs of weakness. She was very hard on me. She wanted me to be this woman who could be sustaining, not to depend on anyone. I didn't need a man for anything. Like she was that woman. She really instilled that in me a whole lot. And so I tended to struggle in relationships with men because you couldn't tell me nothing. I don't need you. And I was doing my own thing. Then I got kids, had kids, got married, got divorced, and became homeless. Yes, I lost everything I had when I got a divorce. I wasn't prepared, but I needed to get out of that marriage because it wasn't good. Not that he was abusive or he was mean or any of those things, but it just wasn't good for me. And so losing everything I had was maybe the first trigger that kind of let me know something was wrong. And that is when I actually had my first attempt at suicide. It was in 2014 after losing everything I had. My daughter was in college, so she lived on the campus. My son actually went and stayed with a friend. I kind of went back and forth between two family members until finally they decided that I could no longer stay with them. Neither one of them wanted me to stay with them. And so I really had nowhere to go. And I think that was the trigger point for me where I decided that I was going to end my life. That's where I decided that I no longer wanted to be here. And Reg said something that was really, really prevalent. And I want y'all to remember this when you think about someone who is suicidal or who may want or who's thinking about committing suicide. It is not to die, to be honest with you. It is for the pain to end. The pain is a lot. It is heavy. And you just want it to end. You just want some kind of relief, however you can get it. And sometimes death seems like the only way that you can get relief. And so I shared this on my Instagram not too long ago, but I can recall the day that I was going to do that. It was a few days prior, my cousin said that I could no longer stay with them. I had went and got the rest of my things. My friend had dropped me off at this really raunchy hotel, but that was all I could afford for the next couple of nights. So by that time, I had lost everything I had. I had lost like 2 storages full of furniture, clothes, you name it, it was gone. I was like, I'm done. This is too much. I can't handle it. I can't deal with it. I need to get rid of this pain. My kids are with people, they'll be fine. And at that time, my son was in high school. He was like a junior. My daughter was a freshman in college. So I began to get all my things together, write these little notes about, who was going to get what and just what I was going to do. But I knew I no longer wanted to be here. It was just too painful to be here. I didn't want to be here anymore. And so I had went to, I think, the dollar store or something and had gotten, like the cheapest, Tylenol and Motrin and Aleve, Advil, like whatever. Because I was like, I'm going to take these pills and I'm going to just go to sleep. And I'm going to wake up on the other side and I won't feel any more pain. Well, that didn't happen. I sat down to actually do it, like just kind of think about what I was going to do. And my pastor had given me a book called You'll Get Through This by Max Lucado. And I kind of opened it up to the first page. And there was this tiny paragraph that kind of jumped out at me that said, you'll get through this. And it talked about how it wasn't going to be easy and it wasn't going to be painless. It said it wasn't going to be painless. It was, but that I would get through it with God's help. And that book opened up something within me. I began to cry. I'm talking about convulsively weeping, asking God for forgiveness, but feeling better about, I can get through this. I promise you, within the next 20, 30 minutes, I was getting a phone call from my friend who said my pastor had found somewhere for me to stay. This person didn't even know me, but was willing to allow me to stay with her. She said I could stay with her as long as I wanted to. She didn't want any money from me. She didn't want anything. And so that is when my journey of healing began. At that time, I still didn't go to therapy because I didn't really feel like I needed it. I felt like, all I needed was just some money and somewhere to stay. But that really is kind of like one of the second things that helped me see that I needed help. First, it was, being homeless, getting divorced, losing everything. But now, because I had made this attempt on my life. So after I go and live with this person and I am doing well, life seems to be really good, then I lose my mom. My mom passed away in April of 2015, the day before Easter. So Easter was in April that year. And so she passed away the day before Easter. I actually was getting an award that night, a Single Moms Award. And I had just talked to my mom 20 minutes prior to her passing away, and we were extremely close. I can tell you we had a very tumultuous relationship. I didn't talk to her for 2 years because of how toxic and negative she was, but we had resolved all of that and we were back on track. And so I don't share this picture to, gross you out or startle you, but this is a reality for me. And it is just moments before every day that this doesn't exist for me. You know how when you wake up and you're kind of like in that fog you haven't really come to yet? In that moment, everything is good for me. Everything is nice and the world is just perfect. And then reality sets in and I remember that my mom is no longer here and that all of these other people that I have lost are no longer here with me. And so getting through that, I struggled, but I managed to just keep going. 10 months later, I lost my dad. 10 months later. I lost my mom to alcoholism. She has cirrhosis of the liver and her liver never repaired itself. So what I didn't know was your liver is like a strong body organ, okay? It repairs itself over and over and over and over and over until it just can't, and it hardens itself. And so by the time my mom went to get help for whatever what pain she was feeling, it was too late. My mom walked into the hospital and she never walked out. In between that time of my mom getting sick, my dad was diagnosed with lung cancer. My dad, both of my parents were smokers and drinkers. My dad had stopped drinking years ago. He was a minister and everything, but he never stopped smoking. And so he got lung cancer, and they went in very aggressive with him to kill it. He was good. My dad found holistic and very natural ways to combat all the side effects from chemo and radiation. And so after my mom passed, you know, we were on our dad to stop smoking. And we explained to him, like, you're all we have. So we want you to be well. In December of 2015, my dad got sick. Got sick again. The cancer had went to his brain. And as most of you know, once it goes there, it's kind of terminal. It's like there's nothing else that could occur. And so he fought really hard, and he actually passed away in February of the following year. And that was when I noticed that I was no longer good. I needed help. I needed help so badly because I could no longer function. I could no longer just do the things that I used to do. I got really depressed. And so at that point, that is when I went and got a therapist. That is when I decided I was going to get help for myself. And so I did. I went and got help, and things began to get better for me. I was able to get a job, and I got back on my feet. All the while, I still was maintaining my event planning business. I just wasn't doing it as much. And then I began to do it a lot more. So let's fast forward to 2020, when there is a global pandemic that hits this country. It not only affects the United States, Texas, Houston, it affects the world. So it wasn't like we could leave and go somewhere else. We literally were on shutdown. I was excited, y'all, because that meant I didn't have to show up places. That meant I didn't have to go nowhere. But at the same time, I really didn't like the things that COVID-19 was doing. There was a lot that we didn't know, and it was really, really scary. It was a scary time for a lot of us. I then was working in grocery retail management, and it was horrible, okay? The way people were fighting and acting a fool behind hand sanitizer, soap, and all of those things, it was crazy, y'all. Like, it wasn't even worth it to me. And so my business began to grow because I was able to find a way for my clients to still have their events, but to host them online. And really outside of Zoom, that was one of the things that I got really great at. And by the time August came around, I was able to walk off that job and retire myself, as I say, and do this full time. And it has been a complete blessing. And I won't say it's been always easy, but I will tell you it's been a complete blessing. And so with that, I think I felt like I didn't need therapy anymore. And so let me just do my thing. And so I'm meeting new people. I'm getting, I'm running in circles, y'all, and I'm sitting at tables that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. Not knowing that there's a combination of things that are building up that I'm still not dealing with and handling. I think therapy is necessary, and I think you honestly should not stop therapy unless you really, really are good. I began to feel myself slip a little bit on last year, but I just, put it off to, okay, I have a new grandbaby. It's trying to get into that mode. When he was born, he was really ill. He was in NICU for about 2.5 weeks. That was really scary, trying to be there for my son, trying to be there for my grandson's mom, like, because we're all really close. And so I began to feel myself slip toward the end of the year. But I just put it off to, it's just life, just things are happening. You got to keep going. And that is something that we have to really stop. We need to stop and listen to our bodies and pay attention to what's going on inside of us and what's happening, and really, really like get help for it if we need to. So 2022 came in and it was still more mess, y'all. It was foolishness going on in 2022. We was like, 2022, come in here, sit down, shut up. We don't want to hear nothing, like, just be good. But then 2022 came in and it was stuff happening then too. Life just happens. And so for me, a lot of personal things began to happen. I fell out of relationship with my son. Something bad really happened with him. And things just began to just start to move in a really rough space for me, personally and business-wise. I was working with some really top influencers, and things just began to get really ugly in those spaces. And so I'll share this disclaimer. A lot of y'all want to work with influencers. A lot of people want to work with them and they want to be like in the know with them, but they are some of the worst people to work for and with. They honestly are. And a lot of the stuff that they do, say, and put out publicly ain't even true. But we'll leave that for a whole nother conversation. I began to really just really get clear on who I was. I asked God to enlarge my territory, and I wanted him to start to reveal some things to me. I told him, hey, remove me from tables you would flip. I wanted him to put me in a space where I was serving him and people could see it. I don't have to tell you, but people can see it. And so God began to do a thing in me. And I will tell you, and Destiny is one of my good friends who I was able to lean on during this time because I had to share these things with her. Tiffany was another one that I was able to share things with on a whole nother level. I began to see these people, these influencers, for who and what they really were. And God began to move them out of my space. Now, again, working with influencers is good money. It's good money, y'all. But guess what? It's a lot of headache, and a lot of times you begin to find out things about them that is not good. And so God began to reveal things to me that probably have been there before, but I guess I didn't really pay attention to a lot of these things that were going on in those spaces. Before you know it, I was no longer working with several of them. And it really put me in a financial bind. But in another sense, I felt a lot of peace. I was able to focus on my own things. But then it began to crack. Got back in relationship with my son, fell out of relationship with him again. Stopped working with a couple of influencers, really seeing them for who and what they are. And then things just started to kind of crumble around me that, I feel so tired, got worse and worse and worse. And headaches and all kind of things were happening. I was physically ill, y'all, like body aches, couldn't walk, move, you name it. It was bad. To the point where I was saying when I was sharing with Fancy that I didn't even like the light. The blinds would always be closed. I would take showers in the dark. I would take baths in the dark. But when y'all saw me on IG, y'all, I was smiling and grinning and cheesing and everything else. You never know. And I never thought that I was depressed again. I didn't think anything was wrong with me like that. I thought that I was physically ill. I thought something was wrong with me. I'm 46. It was coming up to my 46th birthday, and I'm like, oh, girl, you premenopausal, you this, you that. Like, I'm making excuses for not feeling well. But also internally, I began, like Destiny shared, to question who I was. Why was I here? What was my purpose for being here? I felt like if I died today or tomorrow, that nobody would miss me, that I hadn't made any impact on this world, that there was nothing left here for me. And I won't say I felt totally suicidal. I don't think I felt suicidal at that point. I did feel like that if something happened to me, if I died, I just died and it will be okay. I began to question my existence. But I kind of caught myself quieting those voices, and I was just like, you know what? It's time for a well woman visit. You haven't had one in 2 years. It's time for you to go see why you're so tired and why you're so achy and why you don't feel well. And so I actually went to, my doctor, and I did my exam, and we're sitting there, and she's, they ask these questions. She's asking questions about my mood and how I feel and what's, going on throughout the day. And I'm just answering because, again, a lot of times, y'all, we're on autopilot. We don't even realize that we jacked up. We just on autopilot. We just saying whatever. We just doing whatever because we're on autopilot. So after she asked me these questions and I answered them, she says, Ms. Mosley, you're depressed. And I said, what? Girl, I'm just like, whatever. She's like, no, ma'am, you are severely depressed and I need you to get to a therapist today, like at least by tomorrow. Here's some recommendations, but you are severely depressed. And that could be why you are feeling the way you feel, because from what we see on the outside, you look good. There's nothing wrong. We're going to submit your blood work, all of this stuff. And that's that. And so I'm sitting there like, I'm depressed. So I go to, I find another therapist, one that I guess she saw that it was like severe depressive or high functioning depressive disorder. And so I wound up getting the therapist that I have now, which I told y'all when we were talking with Fancy is similar to Roselle Downer in Run the World. He is like to the point, cutthroat, just he don't play no games for me. And being as strong as a personality as I have, I need someone like that to hold me accountable and to really get me where I need to be. And so that first session, I think I cried most of the time, because it was just a release, y'all, of just getting things out. And he diagnosed me and he asked about medication. I am not on medication. I don't really want to take any medication, but I do understand that if I don't, there are things that I have to do as far as food and, getting outside, doing all these other things. Like I realize there are things that I have to do if I don't want to take medication, but I'm not going to refuse it if at any point he says, hey, it's getting to a point where you need medication. And so we began to dive deep. And that's one thing I want to share with y'all. I really want to make it cognizant that you have to go deep. We had to go way back in my childhood. We had to go way back and talk about different aspects, my mom, my dad, my siblings, all of these things I went through. And I had to really talk about them and get those things out. But one thing he really helped me see was that I have a mental health issue and that I need to be very transparent with people about that. But I also need to make some life adjustments that will help me in this new world that I'm in with mental health. So most of y'all have been to My Mind is My Business. We just hosted it here a few months ago on Buzz It. And I've always kind of been in this space a little bit. After COVID happened and the incident with George Floyd happened, I started to do a series of panels where we talked about different issues. And the last panel was on mental health and racism. And it was so much I learned from that to where I brought it into or created an event experience around it. And it's been going ever since. So I've always kind of been an advocate, but now, y'all, I am a strong soldier in this mental health fight. I have committed myself to not allowing, if I can help it, anyone else to feel what I felt, to feel lost, alone, where they no longer want to be here, where they question their existence. And so I decided I was going to use my platform to bring awareness to mental health issues, to advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves, but also to lend my platform, my voice to a group of people, a whole, I want to say mega group of folks who don't know where to go. In the Black community, there's mental health issues. For women, there's mental health issues. There are a lot of disparities in health. Destiny brought up something that's very, very true, that Black patients get treated a lot different than white patients. And it's very, very true in that sense. I've seen it happen firsthand. I can recall the first therapist I went to see, she was an older white lady, and everything she said to me was super negative about, oh, I noticed a lot of Black professional women hate their dads. Girl, what is you talking about? And it was different things. She was like, yeah, I noticed a lot of Black men aren't in, the homes with their children. And then I had to break down history and slavery for her real quick. But it is those things that keep us from not wanting to go. Because after I went to see her, I was like, I'm not ever going to no darn therapy ever again. This lady is crazy and I don't have time. I don't want to cuss nobody out, so I'm not going back. And so for a long time, I didn't go and get any help. And this was like right after my mom passed away that I went to see her. So I was like, nah. But it was really knowing what I needed and finding out the things that were important to me in order for me to get the right type of therapist. And so now I have a therapist who is super supportive. He's great in all areas. He's a Christian. He helps me business-wise, help me pull things out that could be creating anxiety and things for me. But he's also very great in the mental health space as well. He knows what he's talking about. Like, he knows what he's talking about. And so I go back to this first lady who I wound up reporting, because you're supposed to be helping me with grief. You're supposed to be helping me deal with the issues I have, but you want to try to talk about some other stuff that don't even have nothing to do with what me and you supposed to be talking about, or even what you know. And so I say that to say you have to find the right person. You have to find your person in the mental health industry that is going to help you. I am a preacher's kid. I come from a family where prayer was prevalent. We didn't talk about mental health. My daddy never talked about mental health with me. My mom never talked about it. My grandmother never talked about it. I mean, she shared that she had mental health issue, or not even an issue. She shared that she had a nervous breakdown, but we've never talked about mental health. Me and my aunt talk about it now, but there was never any conversations around it. And so I want to make sure those conversations occur in my family, but they also occur with the people that are around me as well. I want us all to know that we struggle and things happen, and sometimes they're outside of our control, but we need to get the help that we need. So I'll share a little bit in closing on what going to therapy has really helped me, what even coming out in this has really helped me. So one of the first things he said was, you're going to have to be transparent. I can recall at the beginning of this year, and Destiny and Tiffany can tell you, I shared with them, God told me he was bringing me out of isolation. I had no idea what in the world. I was like, what? You bring me out? Listen, I'm good. Again, remember that bubble is protective for me. It keeps me safe. So I was okay when there was social distancing orders and mandates to stay your behind at home. I was okay with that because I didn't have to go out. But getting this diagnosis helped me unmask. I had to drop the mask. And so that was one of the things that my therapist said is you have to unmask, because you will no longer be the same. You can no longer operate in your gift if you are not honest and transparent. And I don't know if some of you feel this way, but I almost feel like I felt better before sharing this than I do now, because now I know, and I have to deal with these things. I have to stop and I have to process what it is. Before I would just keep going and it wasn't a big deal. Well, now that's not the case. I have to stop and deal with it and help myself feel better, or use the strategies and things that he's taught me and that other friends have taught me in this. One of the things he said was you have to figure out what is going to make you happy. What are you going to do? What brings you anxiety? You have to figure out the things that trigger you. And a lot of times, y'all, that is some of the stuff that we are doing. That's these businesses, that's these jobs, that's these men, these women. Listen, I ain't gonna go there on some of y'all, but it's some of the things that we deal with, that we put up with, that are triggering for us and that give us anxiety. And so for me, it was ending those relationships, making sure that there was no go back. There was also refining my business, redefining it. I'm actually pivoting to in another space very soon. You all will see, but I had to limit access of myself to people. I had to cut off clients that were not good for me. I had to dismiss them and be like, peace out, I holler, because they were no longer good for me. And it was things that I had tolerated over the years that had given them, you know, that they felt like it gave them the opportunity to behave in a certain way. And so I had to put ownership on myself. And that's one thing that this disease has taught me, is that it's not my fault that I have a mental health issue, but I have to be responsible for the things that trigger me and that I allow to get in my space and that could hurt me. And so now I'm very cognizant of some of the things I eat, what I drink, conversations I have, like Destiny talk about words, trigger words, things like that. And so I am really in a great space. I still have depressive episodes. I actually just had one a couple of weekends ago, but I'm sharing those things with you now. I am using my platform to not only talk to people about online events, but to also talk to people about mental health issues, because that's what they are. They are issues, and we cannot sit silent. We cannot, you know, stand by and just continue to just fall into these rabbit holes like Fancy talked about. We can't do that anymore. We have to, you know, get help. And so I'm so excited that you all joined us on today. I am so excited about this space that I have created that is going to really help people, you know, in the mental health space. If you want to remain anonymous and things like that, there will be an opportunity for you to be able to do that. But I want to be a resource for you. I want to be someone that you feel like you can come to and that you can get the help that you need. You can get the resources that you need. I am so glad that Destiny has really stepped forward and said, hey, I will help you in this space. And she is excellent in what she does. And I am so grateful for her. So I want to show you a little bit more inside my learning community, just so you can see how important it is for me and how important it is for you if you want to get more into how to deal with your mental health and things like that. Hi, I'm Lakeisha Mosley, and my learning community is all about creating a safe space to talk about mental health. We want to remove the stigma and also the bias that's associated with having a mental health issue. Journaling is one of the favorite things that I love to do when I feel like I'm triggered or my depression and anxiety is at an all-time high. In this learning, I'm going to talk to you about journaling, what it is, what are some benefits of it, and some of the apps that I use for journaling. There are some huge benefits. Number one, we talked about reducing stress. It also helps you fight off any things that could be triggers. You get to track those things. Journaling helps you process through negative feelings and thoughts. I look forward to you joining and subscribing to my community. Yes, so y'all, I am super excited about this community. I love just being able to just share my experiences, but also to take some of those experiences and share them with you all, give you the tips, tools, and strategies that you need to get better, feel better, and be better. And so I just want to thank all of my speakers. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited that they joined me, because they could have been somewhere else. They could have done anything else, but I am so excited for them to be here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all who have attended. There will be more events like this. I am not taking this lightly that you chose to be here with me today, but going forward, there will be something every month that's going to talk about some aspect of mental health. And so be sure to look out for that on my platform. And so you can follow me on Instagram at Lakeisha M. Mosley. I share a lot of funny stuff. I kind of mock myself in this space, but I also share some really cool tips and strategies around mental health, that will help you. I am so excited that you all have decided to join me in this fight. I feel so blessed to have you all here and to share with me. So within a few hours, if not today, tomorrow, you'll definitely be getting an email with all of the speakers' contact information, how you can get connected with them, but also some information and some resources I found from NAMI and more information about my learning community, because I definitely want you all to be a part of it and to take part in it. Invite your friends. You're going to get the first month for free. Then after that, it's $9.99 a month. There will be free lessons in there, that's going to help you once you join. I just am excited to have this space. It's overjoying to have this space, but also to have the support and backing of the learning community itself. The founders have been very, very supportive in me with this. And so I am very, very grateful to them for just being there. So again, thank you all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Stay tuned for my next event. I will be hosting a wellness summit in December. I don't have all the details yet, but I will let you know. And then next month, I will be hosting a webinar that's going to talk about how to care for your mental health around the holidays. So be sure to follow me, sign up for my newsletter. Stay tuned. There will be more information about all the things that I have coming up. Again, thank you so much for being here on today. I'm excited that you joined me, and I will see y'all again soon. Bye, y'all.